Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the regular council meeting for Monday, November 20th, 2017. Just as a note that we have scheduled a 10-minute recess for 9 p.m. The clerk tonight is Ms. Sheila Gurry, and I wish to start the meeting by recognizing that we hold this meeting on the traditional territory of the Nanaimo First Nations. I also wish to make a statement with respect to council meeting decorum. A meeting of council is intended to be a place where democracy can freely take place in a respectful and safe manner. The council chamber is a workplace, and there are considerations council and staff must make to ensure that a safe work environment exists. Each councillor brings to the meeting their own individual personalities, attributes, abilities, and values. Each member of council is required to be respectful, not interrupt or disrupt another member of council, staff, or the public when they do not have the floor. Important attributes of the mayor and councillors include being fair and reasonable, objective and impartial, firm but friendly, confident but considerate, tactful and courteous, and confining the discussion to within the scope of the meeting and within reasonable limits of time. Therefore, there will be no cheering, jeering, or other outbursts from the gallery to ensure that anyone speaking, whether it be a delegation, member of council, or staff, is not interrupted and do so freely without ridicule. That doesn't mean that tonight we won't have some celebration. The microphones of anyone that is being inappropriate or has exceeded their time limit will be cut off. If there are any outbursts by a person in the gallery, they'll be asked to stop, and if they do not comply, they'll be asked to leave. A recess is another tool that we may use in order to reset the environment of the council chamber. It's our belief that if everyone is respectful on these basic considerations, this meeting and future meetings will be more effective in furthering the business of the City of Nanaimo. Thank you. Now, next item is introduction of late items. Ms. Gurry.
Thank you, Your Worship. This evening on the addendum for Agenda Item 8B, Item Number 3, the minutes of the Open Community Vitality Committee meeting, we're just correcting the agenda to show the meeting commenced at 4:30 p.m. For Agenda Item 8C, Committee of the Whole meeting location, we're adding a report. Agenda Item 16F, Development Variance Permit, number DVP 329 for 350 Albert Street and 434 and 450 Wesley Street. We're adding a delegation from Morgan Nichols Figueredo, Property Manager, Value Property Group. For Agenda Item 16I, we're adding Councillor Beswick motion regarding Phase 1 garbage, recycling, and compost bin rollout. Agenda Item 16J, we're adding Councillor Armstrong motion regarding city's travel policies. And under notice of motion, we're adding a notice of motion from Councillor Gord Fuller with respect to Core Services Review Phase 2. And Councillor Yoakum also will be adding a notice of motion as well. It'll be 14B, so 14A is Councillor Fuller, 14B will be Councillor Yoakum to prepare some wording regarding marijuana dispensaries. And that's it, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. Councillor, are there any other ones? Councillor Beswick.
Thank you. Ms. Gurry, may I please add a late delegation, Mr. David Murchie, to the agenda? And the subject matter emanates from the minutes of our last meeting regarding the Loudon Park road closure.
Thank you. Councillor Hung.
Thank you. Just some clarification from staff with regards to the delegation request from Morgan. Just the details of the presentation that he wants to speak to. In the last sentence, development variance application to permit a 6-foot fence where the bylaw currently permits only a 4-foot fence. And to introduce myself to them. Is that true, staff, that our bylaw is only a 4-foot fence? That's just a question. I just didn't know, because our report says it's going to 1.8 meters.
Ms.
That's a lot bigger.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Councillor Hong. The staff isn't present right now, so maybe we could ask that question when it comes up on the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so there are no others. We'll need to vote on the motion from Councillor Beswick with respect to Mr. Murchie. So Councillor Beswick is moving that Mr. Murchie be added to as a late item. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Can we have a motion for the adoption of the agenda as amended, please? Moved by Councillor Beswick. Seconded by Councillor Hong. Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, number 4A, is adoption of minutes for the October 16th meeting, please. Moved by Councillor Beswick. Seconded by Councillor Hong. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one is minutes of the special council meeting held at Shaw Auditorium on October 30th. Moved by Councillor Beswick, seconded by Councillor Hong. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item is the Civic Merit Awards. So, every year we get to celebrate some of our shining stars, our athletes, and folks who have accomplished the greatest the greatest levels of achievement in their particular discipline. So I'm going to turn the chair over to Councillor Brennan, who's the acting mayor, and we'll be outside. I'll be outside in the hallway when you get your pictures taken. Councillor Thorpe is going to MC, and he's going to be assisted by Councillors Armstrong and Hong. So, Councillor Brennan, if you'd assume the chair, please. Councillor Thorpe, the floor is yours.
Thanks. This is a special treatment. Goodbye. Just a little bow.
Me? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said, oh, no, because I have played sports.
I think we're ready, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. As the mayor said, this is an exciting evening, a very positive evening, and it's certainly my pleasure to act as MC. Each year, Nanaimo City Council presents certificates of congratulations and medallions to individuals, groups, teams, and clubs who through their endeavors have brought recognition to our city at a provincial, Western Canadian, national, or international level. Tonight, we are about to recognize 55 athletes and coaches who have brought honor to our city through their outstanding gold medal performances at provincial and national championships. Just a little housekeeping before we get underway. Throughout the ceremony, we'll move it along as quickly as we can. I'll be asking each group of recipients to come to this area just in front of me, to my right, and then I will call each name individually. If the person is not here, we'll just move on, but we'll certainly make sure that they get their medallion and certificate later. Each person will receive a medallion from Councillor Hong and Richard Harding, Director of Parks, Recreation and Wellness, and then move to the other side of the lectern where they will receive their certificate of achievement from Teresa Harwood from our Parks and Recreation Department and Councillor Armstrong, and then move from there across to where Mr. Tony Mayer is standing to guide you out the door and get a photo opportunity with Mayor McKay, who will be out in the lobby area. All right, so the first medal presentations are for gold medal winners at a provincial level. The following are members of the Zone 2 team that represented Nanaimo at the 2017 55-plus BC Games, which took place in Vernon last September 12th to 15th. So could I ask right now, please, the gold medalists from archery, badminton, and cycling, if you would just come down to this area? Archery, badminton, and cycling. And we'll start with archery, and I believe that Ida McClellan is not here this evening, so we will put her medal and certificate to one side and move to Michael Collery. And Michael is receiving his medal. Go ahead, please, Michael. Men's singles badminton and mixed doubles badminton gold medals. Next, we have Stella Hugh, women's singles badminton. Stella's not here this evening, thank you. Murray Sargent, men's doubles badminton. We have Barry Sampson, men's doubles badminton. And from cycling, Derek Steele, time trial cycling, road race cycling, and hill climb cycling. And also with cycling, Lori Balaam, time trial cycling, road race cycling, hill climb cycling gold medals. Thank you. Next, could I have the gold medalists from the dragon boating team please come down to this area? And I think there's quite a few.
Never talked to your dad when you're such a big. How old? Oh, like 50 something? 50. So she came, remember Kevin Bowman? That was her first husband. Squash player? No.
And our first recipient from dragon boating, gold medal winner Ann Walker. Next, Arlene Witham. Not here. Bill Walker. Bob Soroshin. Not here this evening. Colleen Bluen. Diane Irvine, not here, and Doug Kulai is next. Then we have Elena Collins. Erica Edwards. And Gail Janowick. Gord Witham, not here this evening. Hazel Ayers. No? Holly Pirazzini is here. Welcome, Holly. John Corlett. No? June Rainey. All right, June. Next is Levon Patterson. Lawrence Tang. Leslie Curry. We have Leslie Heavey. Linda Manarin, not here. Mimi Anderson, not here. Sandy Borgensen is here. And our last two dragon boaters, Terry Bell and Wayne Piallo. Now we're going to move on to the gold medalists from the sports of golf, ice hockey, and mountain biking. If you could come down to this area, please. Golf, ice hockey, mountain biking. And our first recipient, if she is here, is for Division A golf, and that is Marge Bibby. But I'm not seeing Marge, so we'll move to Edgar Berendt for ice hockey. Also with ice hockey, Len Slogar. G. Bob Rutland, not here. Tom Mullen. And I see one more hockey jersey, so I'm guessing it's Gary Brian Fenton. Gary. Gold medalists for cross-country mountain biking and also team relay mountain biking. Dave Saunders, not here this evening. Also, Peter Mizak. Peter, cross-country mountain biking, team relay mountain biking. Dalton Corbett, not here this evening, also for mountain biking. Judy Villeneuve, cross-country mountain biking. And our other mountain biker, Mary Mark, gold medal, cross-country mountain biking. Now, ladies and gentlemen, could we have the gold medalists from the sports of swimming, table tennis, and also track and field come down to my right? And we're going to start with swimming, and a number of these winners won gold medals in multiple events. Starting with Nancy Ryan, women's swimming, gold medals in 50-meter backstroke, 100-meter backstroke, 4x25-meter freestyle relay, 4x25 medley relay, and 4x50 freestyle relay. And she's not here this evening.
Practicing.
But we'll get her medals to her. Yes, she's probably practicing. We have Emmy Matt, women's swimming, 400-meter freestyle and 800-meter freestyle gold medals. Ralph Motzik. Ralph Motzik, men's swimming, 25-meter breaststroke and 50-meter freestyle. Helen. Next, another multiple winner, Helen Sharp in women's swimming, 100-meter breaststroke, 25-meter breaststroke, 4x25 freestyle relay, 4x25 medley relay, and 4x50 freestyle relay. Gold medals. Next, Doreen Scantland, women's swimming, gold medal, 100-meter breaststroke. And James Scantland, men's swimming, 100-meter backstroke. I don't think it's your first medal, Jim. Come on down. And our final gold medal swimming recipient, Mr. Ian Burville, gold medals in men's swimming for 100-meter breaststroke, 50-meter breaststroke, 50-meter butterfly, 50-meter freestyle, 200-meter medley relay, 100-meter medley relay, 4x25-meter freestyle relay, 4x25 medley relay, and 4x50-meter mixed medley relay. Congratulations, Ian. Next, we move to table tennis, and Dan Ford, a gold medal winner in mixed doubles.
Almost seems boring.
And for track and field, Barry Sparks, men's track and field, gold medals in long jump and 4x400 relay. And we have Sandy Bissesseur, women's track and field, 50 meters. Fantastic. Now, we're not quite finished. We have a final presentation. This is for gold medal finish at a national level. These athletes competed at the 2017 Canada Summer Games held in Winnipeg, Manitoba, last July 28th to August 13th. Tonight, we would like to honor Team BC beach volleyball members for winning gold medals. Will the beach volleyball winners please come down to this area here? We have 3 of them. Congratulations, gentlemen. We'll start with Jeff Webb. National gold medals. Isaac Bevis. And our final gold medalist, Rick Bevis. National gold. Congratulations, by all means, to all of our recipients this evening. This concludes the award presentations for tonight, everybody. On behalf of Nanaimo City Council, congratulations once again to everyone on your achievements, and thank you for attending. Have a wonderful evening.
Good for you. You playing with his son, that's pretty fun. That's pretty cool. International with your son, that's pretty impressive. Are we supposed to keep going?
I don't know. I guess so. We might as well. What's your advice?
Capital project planning, design, legal operations review, I probably have to wait. Should we continue, or, I mean, he's taking pictures with all the winners. So we have the acting.
What's the consensus? Shall we move on?
Well, we got a presentation, so I think.
Okay, well, I think we will wait for the mayor and for Councillor Beswick to return. They're just taking pictures out there, and we're having a presentation, and I think it best that all of council's here to hear the presentation. So with your indulgence, I'll wait a few minutes until the mayor and Councillor Beswick get back. Okay, I think probably it's best. I don't know how long the mayor will take with the photos, so if we could move on to item 6B, City of Nanaimo's capital plan, planning, or capital project planning, design, delivery, and operation process review presentation. So, Mr. Mema.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we were expecting to have Deloitte with us tonight, but their flight got cancelled due to bad weather. And so we will proceed with the presentation. We'll start off just walking through the short presentation, and the CAO will offer some closing remarks on next steps. And we'll start from there. I'm hoping you can see this. They look too small from me from here, but we'll try. So as a follow-up to core service review, one of the recommendations was that we should look at developing our capital policy. And as a follow-up to that, we engaged Deloitte in summer, and they came and worked with staff in late summer 2017. They held a number of interviews with departments across the city, and those departments were Engineering and Public Works, Parks and Recreation, Fire Rescue, and IT or Information Technology. The mandate that we asked them to carry out for us was to come and review how we plan, deliver, and operate our capital assets. So in a nutshell, it's from the beginning, from conception of a project, how we plan that project, the business cases that we develop, the decisions around those capital projects, and then how we go on to implement the projects and turn them over for service. And so that's looking at a 4-phase process: project initiation, gathering, analysis, recommendations, and reporting. That's how they've structured the way they would report back to us. So that's the kind of like the overview of the reporting that they gave to us. I'm not going to speak too much on the project methodology here, but all they were trying to get at here was to say, this is the process that you would follow if you were implementing a project. Obviously, we have a strategy and planning, and from a council perspective, this is where these things can come from OCP, they can come from strategic plans, they can come from master plans as we have them. And that's the part where you conceive a project, try and define the scope for it, and then you move on to financing and procurement. Once that's done, you organize yourself towards construction or delivery of that project. Then you move it on to operations, and then you also want to plan for the end life of that project, which is either disposal or decommissioning or revamping or what you call asset rejuvenation. So those would be kind of like the processes that we go through. I'm not going to speak too much about the city because these are basically the departments, and also based on the 2017 budget, we're looking at about $188 million for the 2017 to 2021. That's our capital budget total. And in 2017, I can see from here, I think we were delivering about $58.6 million of those projects. So that's kind of like the projects that they looked at. Who delivers the projects? 77% of our projects are delivered by Engineering and Public Works. Obviously, they carry much of the works that we do here. And then we have others carrying, 12% from facilities, IT, fire and rescue. Once in a while, like they have the fire one station coming up in the near future. But most of what we do is actually delivered through Engineering and Public Works. But each of our departments, once in a while, they do come up with projects of some sort. So I'm going to move straight into findings and recommendations, and I'll try and move as fast as I can.
Yeah.
Okay. They came up with 24 findings, and they tried to come up with recommendations for each of the findings that they came up with. The first finding they came up with was that as a city, we do understand our mandate as a staff when it comes to capital project planning, delivery, and all that. However, we lack a standardized process across the organization. If you go to one department, they may have a mature process. You go to the next department, they may not have the same. So we don't have a standard way of planning and delivering capital projects across the organization. So you will actually find inconsistencies as you move from one department to the next department. And the recommendation attached to this was they are recommending that we implement a framework that in some departments looks mature, or we can actually develop a new framework across the organization that can be used by every organization, every part of the organization. What that means is if PAX is delivering a project in terms of the steps, in terms of the business cases, in terms of the steps that they take, they shouldn't be following a different path to what Public Works is doing. That is important because we share resources, and as we come to council, you can get the assurance that our due diligence has actually been consistent across the organization, so that it's not dependent on which department is bringing up the project. Second finding had to do with asset management, and they recognize that our asset management process is evolving, and they also recognize that we are a leading city, and we are participating in a nationwide program with FCM. However, they also recognize that as we are doing that well, we also have not utilized the information that we gather throughout our asset management processes in informing our capital projects. What that means is we have identified, we came back to you here in early 2017 and talked about 20-year capital plan, and we identified some gaps coming up in the horizon or in the long term. However, we have not gone into the process of identifying service levels, and the way we assess our risks from project to project is different. And so they are encouraging us to actually proceed in the right path of asset management to get to a point where the information that we gather out of our asset management processes actually informs our decision in a consistent manner across the organization. The recommendation that's tied to that is that the city should continue to promote asset management thinking throughout the organization. If you were to look at across the organization, you would find inconsistencies from department to departments. We are not at the same stage in terms of information gathering, in terms of service levels that are assigned or ascribed to our assets as we plan for replacement in the future. The third one says there seems to be a disconnect between OCP and annual capital plans. This one is not necessarily unique to Nanaimo. OCP is usually a comprehensive process where the entire city residents actually get involved in trying to influence where the city is going to go. However, usually once in a while, we tend to push this aside and be reactionary, or don't even go back to the OCP to say, this project that is in front of us, does it fit the OCP? And so they're encouraging us that we should actually go back to the founding document, which is the OCP, and try and get our direction in terms of what assets we are looking towards in the future, and also the standards to which we are trying to develop these assets. The recommendation there is the city should ensure the process is in place to promote alignment with the OCP across the organization. Number 4, inadequate workforce planning causes departments to overcommit in terms of their capacity to deliver projects, resulting in frequent budget carry forwards. This one is telling. Subsequent to receiving this report, we went back to 2016, 2015, 2014 to try and understand how much we carry forward from year to year. And we have somewhat of a trend where we carry some projects forward. And there are various reasons why we carry these projects forward. Some are multi-year projects, and from a terminology, if it's a multi-year project and you call it a carry forward, that's a misnomer because you were not intending to actually finish this project in 1 year. So it's not a carry forward. So from an accounting perspective or from a reporting perspective, the fact that we lump these into one, it doesn't communicate the right message. However, we do have a good portion of those carryovers of projects that were supposed to be completed in a particular year that we actually carry forward to the following year. Some projects, for good reasons, they may be on hold because we are waiting for additional information or additional confirmation of funding if we are working with other levels of government. However, what we don't do, and we'll talk about this down the road, has to deal with how we communicate from a governance perspective. So if a project is on hold, we shouldn't be waiting until the year end to say, here's a carry forward. We should be coming back to council to say, the project you asked us to do, we're asking that it be on hold because we are waiting for this or that. So that's something to do with governance. However, the other side of it, the projects that we carry forward are a result of not aligning our capacity. A capacity comes in two forms. It's internal capacity, which is us. When you do capital projects become, if you are not a department like Public Works and Engineering, it becomes an addition to your everyday work. And so you have to create time to actually deliver that. And so we need to say, we are going to come to council, ask for $60 million in capital projects. What's the resourcing internally? Which project manager is going to do this? Which project manager is going to do that project? And what resources do we identify from the outside world? And beyond that, there's also a vendor capacity. We have limited vendors here when it comes to construction. And in 2017, we have had more than once where we have gone out and nobody has responded to our tenders because people are that busy. And so if at planning, we had actually tried to identify internal and external capacity, we would actually be able to commit to things that we can actually deliver as an organization. So the recommendation here is that we should actually, as part of our capital project planning, try and estimate our capacity before we commit. The drawback to this is if a project is going to be funded through property taxes, that means we're prematurely taxing. We are actually collecting money before we are ready to actually deliver the projects. And so that becomes more of a challenge for our residents. Number 5 has to deal with governance, and the next few are going to talk about governance. What we were talking about earlier on was more about planning. Now we're looking at governance. Right now, in the first few findings, we talked about the fact that we're inconsistent in our practices across the organization. In number 5 here, they're trying to look at how we could organize ourselves internally to be able to have that consistency in practice across the organization. One aspect that they are recommending that we do is that we developed a project management framework, which is a project delivery manual. It's the ones that I've seen. It's a binder with several tabs in there where you start from planning, funding, across with some decision points as you move along. So they're saying if we developed a manual that could be used by everybody across the organization, maybe we could actually have some consistency in what we do. And obviously align ourselves to some best practices, compliance with Project Management Institute, the PMI or PMBOK. Number 6, accountability and ownership for project definition is unclear, and lack of clarity on the deliverables and approvals required for the various phases of the project life cycle. So when we come over and say, here is a project that we're asking from council to deliver, and we go back and we haven't planned who's going to be responsible for the project. This is where now the decisions, who is going to be making the decisions as you go forward throughout the project. Yes, we found the funding from council, but as you go through, you get your tenders in, you get change orders and all that stuff. The practice we have now is you have either a project manager assigned who is actually looking over that, but you don't have a group of the right mix of people that would actually look over those decisions, where somebody actually goes back and says, we'd like to do a change order here for this project, and then you have this group of people saying, that's fine. Part of this has to do with governance in general. So if we take fire station number 1 as it comes up, for argument's sake, let's say it's for $10 million, and there's a change order for $1 million. Should the project manager be making that decision of a change order for $1 million, or should we be coming back to council? So you kind of like have to come up with some thresholds that says the project manager can have change orders to this amount. If it's beyond that, maybe it's referred to a project management committee. If it's beyond that, it must be referred to council. So that's the accountability piece that we haven't clarified across. We come in, get the 50 million, we go back and implement and make all the number of changes that we make. Once in a while, we come over to council to ask for money if we need to. Otherwise, we keep on going. So the recommendation here is that we implement an oversight process that follows a mandated project lifecycle stages. So you go through your planning, then get a decision to proceed. Once you get the decision to proceed, you get into design. When the design is complete, get an independent body to actually say, yes, sign off on this design, we're going to go to the next stage. Then you get into procurement. When that's complete, you get a sign-off so that you keep on moving. That way, you don't have surprises at the end of the process, and you have the good amount of oversight. You don't have to do this for all projects, so you have to establish some thresholds depending on project risk, depending on budget commitments in terms of size. So a big project like building VICC would require probably a more formal process, but if you're doing a project for building a certain section of the road and it's maybe $100,000, your rigor there is a little bit different. And so they're asking or recommending that we should at least have an oversight process that we can follow and some decision points as we go on that can actually be signed off. Number 7, project execution plan does not exist. Now, when we had this report, we had discussions with staff. Some staff rightfully said, well, we do have a project execution plan. Others said, well, I get the funding and we dive in and we begin to construct. And so this speaks to the issue of consistency across the organization that we should have. In public works, they probably have a developed process, but even then, it's not consistently applied across the department. And so the recommendation is that we develop requirements for a project execution plan. The good news with this is once you have a project execution plan, it feeds into many things. It feeds into cash flow forecasting. It feeds into alignment of resources when people are going to be available to be able to assist with the project. A good example I could give is we have one central place called purchasing. If they knew that these are the projects that are coming in Q1 in 2018, they can actually resource for that so that the tenders go out on time. But if everybody just shows up on the same day, everybody wants their project to be priority, then you get into conflict because some projects will have to be delayed. And so when you have this, you kind of like lay off the process from beginning to the end and all the dependencies across for the resources that you might require. Number 8, project roles and responsibilities are not clearly defined across various departments, and we've spoken to this coming from the fact that we don't have a consistent framework across the organization. The recommendation is that we define the roles and responsibilities across. Now, there's a term here which is the RACI matrix. As you go through the decision points, who needs to be informed, who needs to approve something. So if they provided us a template that we could actually use, and as you go through the decision gates, there's sign-offs, there's people who are informed as you go on. So that information flows and you have the proper oversight on the project. Number 9, inconsistent or inappropriate staff qualifications, experience, and under-resourced departments. One of the questions I asked through our HR department was qualifications. And what they're saying is we should, as an organization, begin to deliberately demand certain qualifications as we hire people in terms of project management, and also have some training, some development, so that we can actually be assured that we have the right skilled people actually delivering these projects. The finding is not to cast any doubts on the experience and qualifications of people that are actually delivering projects. It's actually encouraging the organization to have a deliberate policy that says these are the qualifications we're looking for a project manager as we go along. So number 9, the recommendation is that review current staffing levels, establish formal project management qualifications, training or experience as a requisite for future recruits. That's recommendation number 9. Moving on to project management processes, finding number 10, absence of a policy. And this is the finding really from core service review that actually prompted this study or assessment by Deloitte. Absence of a policy managing portfolio or project management practices. The recommendation is straightforward. Introduce a new policy that mandates the use of project management leading practices. Number 11, lack of project management procedures and project management systems in place. This speaks to the manual that we referred to at the beginning so that you have the consistency across the organization. The recommendation then is that we develop an integrated project management tool. It could be a simple Excel or a SharePoint facility that we could use that everybody can actually go to as the single source for templates and practices across the organization. To go with this, obviously, once you have that manual or framework, you have to train people so that you can actually effect that change and people can actually practice what the city is actually expecting. Moving on to procurement and contracting strategy. Finding number 12 says the city lack a formal defined contract strategy evaluation for large projects. And this speaks to the oversight that we spoke about in the decision gates as you move from conception, design, procurement, and all that stuff. And so as you develop that, once you are now saying, here's the concept, the question is, how are we going to deliver this? And then at that point, somebody has to make this recommendation to this oversight group. It could be a small committee of staff. It could be to council, depending on the size of the project, to say, this is how we're going to deliver this project. What it also means is that as you look at a project, you actually can make recommendations as to the different procurement or project delivery strategies that you would have actually gone through and as part of your evaluation and options. So the recommendation is that we should undertake a formal defined contract strategy evaluation for large projects, take into account factors such as potential risks, market conditions, complexity of projects, and internal capacity. Finding number 13, the recently adopted procurement policy establishes governance protocols for purchasing of all goods and services. And this one is recognition of the good work, I think, just coming out of the review that we had, and the procurement transformation project that we unveiled at the beginning of this year. So at least we're getting recognition that we should continue working with managers. The good thing with the procurement transformation project is that as a staff, we had a cross-department participation, and we developed this from the ground up and looked at practices that would work for our purposes. We established thresholds that would not hinder movement of projects across the organization. At least we're getting recognition that we must actually pursue that transformation and continue implementing that. On reporting, lack of clear guidelines for project portfolio reporting. And this one is a major finding. What you normally get as a council at the end of each quarter is you get a financial report. Now, that might work for operating budget. For projects, you need more. Are projects on time? Are they lagging behind? What's the risk register? What's the mitigation strategy that you have? That information we've never brought over to council. So what they're saying is we need to revamp our reporting portfolio or profile so that it's not just financial. Finance is, well, you gave us 50 million, we've only spent 2 million. That's the end of the story. But for projects, there's more than just financial. So the recommendation is we should develop reporting protocols to include specific information needed to support decision-making at senior organization level and to demonstrate transparency around the performance of projects. Finding number 15, lack of clear guidelines for contractor reporting. You might recall that when we talked about the procurement transformation project, one of the things that we said we're introducing was vendor evaluation. So what it means is as delivery goes through, you actually have a feedback system with your contractor as they are working, instead of waiting to the end of the project and saying, well, this was poorly managed or they were always late. You actually have a formal process for documenting performance for each vendor. That information becomes useful when you are sharing that information with the vendor and also internally, so that you can have best learned lessons as you look at future projects with the vendors. It doesn't help vendors if internally we say this is a bad vendor, but the vendor doesn't know what we think the shortcomings were. So if we can have that feedback system, I think both the city and the vendors would actually have a better way of working together. Finding number recommendation there is that we establish and mandate clear guidelines for contractor reporting and develop a table of contents and metrics to be included as part of contract requirements with third parties. Number 16, no formal guidelines for developing estimates across all stages of the life cycle. This is where we have inconsistencies. Some departments do this very well, others don't. And you can tell by the amount of budget changes that come. Yes, things do change. The market may tighten as you're planning. Those things are given. But looking at the magnitude of a project, if your budget is way off 20-30%, that tells you that the project estimation from the beginning was off. And so the recommendation for 16 is we should establish clear guidelines for estimating requirements for costing. And there are best practices out there, different classes of costings that we use. What becomes important from a policy perspective is when we come to council to ask for budget allocation, what costing class should we be at before we start asking for money? So that's a policy and practice thing that we need to establish internally as a staff and be able to communicate with council to say, this is a class D or whatever class it is when we come to you, so you know the level of estimation that we are working with, so that you're not surprised when the variations or the amount of changes come through as we go through the process. Number 17, lack of clear guidelines for establishing contingency and for contingency drawdown. Now, this speaks to the oversight issue anyways, where as you plan and you make your estimations, what's the practice that you're using for establishing the contingency amount? And what is the process that you use for drawing down from the contingency? So usually people come in and say, well, there's a 20% contingency, and say, okay, that's fine. But then there's no process that says, how is that 20% going to be drawn down? Who signs off to say, now you can go onto the contingency? Let's say a project comes in and your contingency is already eaten up. What's the process for reestablishing the contingency? And without a risk profile for each project, really the contingency is something you're picking from the air, because your risk should actually inform what you're trying to hedge against from a contingency perspective. So developing those profiles for the project, having a good and sound risk management to it, now you can establish the contingency and be able to say, this is the quantification for the risks that we're carrying, and have oversight in terms of drawing down on that contingency. So the recommendation is develop guidelines for establishing contingency and managing this throughout the life cycle, and assigning clear responsibility over contingency reallocation and drawdowns. Like I said, this is not for every project, depending on the size of the project. Some projects, the project manager can be given that oversight, but depending on the size and budget, that could be to a committee, or it could actually end up with council as a way of oversight. Finding number 18, lack of cash flow forecasting methodology, which takes into account construction and spending cycles. As feedback, we had, I think, a full discussion as staff, starting off with how we estimate our cash flows for a multi-year project that's going to be more than 1 year. So we would come over and say, we're going to do fire station number 1, we need $10 million, and we need $10 million now. Knowing that in the first year probably we're doing design, and it only requires $1 million. It's going to take us 4 years or 3 years to build it, but we have actually collected $10 million from taxpayers, and we're moving on. So we're trying to recalibrate that piece and be able to say, from project planning, if you do all the planning upfront, you should be able to make your estimates in terms of your Gantt charts, when you're going to be, the timelines through which you're going to be implementing the projects, and the cash requirements. Now, that affects a lot of things. It affects how much cash we make available as a city. It affects how long we put our investments out there. But without proper cash flow projections aligned to project delivery, you're simply kind of like guessing, when cash is going to be required. And also, you're also guessing when to tax people if this is funded through property taxes. But if you had a good way of estimating your cash flow, you can actually lay this over the number of years and have the proper timing as to when you will levy for this, or draw down on your investments to provide funding for the project. Finding number 19, lack of standardized tool for project cost tracking. Develop coherent project-based cost management and tracking tool in line with industry practices. And this would be influenced through the manual if we developed one. In terms of schedule, finding number 20, project schedule management is generally informal. And that speaks to what we're talking about, cash flows, where you're saying, well, in 2018, we're going to build road X, and we need $2 million, and we get $2 million. One thing that we actually have just done for 2018 is to say to our project managers, well, we want to know when, at least from a quarter perspective, when are you going to do this project? When does it start? What our estimation as to when the bills are going to come? So at least we can begin to try to make these estimations as to when to make our funding available. That part also impacts support services like procurement, as I said, where we know as procurement how many tenders we're going to make in Q1. Then from a capacity, we can know if we have the number of buyers that we need to actually work on those documents. So project scheduling is important for that aspect because it affects all the support services that we provide to a project. Finding number 21, project scoping appears to be siloed, lacking coordination between various city departments. From project planning, when you do the scope sheets for projects, without the proper oversight and decision-making, it means that there is no sign-off as to the scope of a project. And so what that means is either you have a very wide scope or you have a very narrow scope and you keep expanding. And a project that was supposed to cost $1 million end up costing $4 million because the scope wasn't properly defined from the get-go. Or you overcommit, end up building something that's more than what you really functionally required to do. And so project scoping and the oversight that we talked about, where at least there's oversight from either a committee or from council that says, yes, that's the scope that we're signing off on, that would actually help with coordination of work across the departments. Recommendation 21 mandates the use of project charter. Project charters, the first one you will see is actually fire station number 1. And that's where you get the sign-off that says, these are the people that are going to be involved. This is what we're expecting this group to actually perform or deliver for us. These are the decision points, and these are the estimated timelines. So now you know when to expect some reports or some updates on a given project. Finding number 22, inconsistent application of change management processes. This is the oversight again, where we don't have this independent group that the project manager goes to and says, here's the issue. They may go to their director, but there's no formal way of writing this down so that it's auditable to say, this is the change order number 1, and it was for this amount. The people who actually approved this actually had the authorization to make the approvals for these things. One of the findings that we made in late 2016, we have delegations based on amounts where you say a manager can approve up to $25,000, director up to $75,000. It's beyond that, $250,000, it comes to council. Let's say a project for $1 million, there's a change order for $250,000. Who should be approving that? So it forces you to go back to the delegation, right? You can't say because I'm the project manager, then I have no, it's for $250,000. Anything above $250,000 has to be approved by somebody else. And so that's the oversight piece that we also need to begin to look at and formalize that so that we are able to know that all sign-offs are based on the right authorizations as the project goes through. The good part with that also, if there is any cases where you end up in being sued, at least you know the sign-offs, you know who signed off on what, and when, and the authorizations that person actually had. The last part of that finding that says no visibility over forecasted changes. That's the scheduling, that's the forecasting. Without, and the reporting, without that in place, all you have is a snapshot in time. From a financial perspective, this is Q1, we've spent $2 million, that's it. But we are not forecasting to say, Are we behind? Are we ahead of schedule? In next quarter, we're expecting to be at this stage. This is the cash flow we're looking for. So you don't have that visibility across the life of the project and across the organization. So the recommendation there is to develop some standardized change processes and follow industry practices and develop templates for change requests, forms, and change logs. Finding number 23, the project closeout procedures are not well developed yet, with unclear rules around documentation, review, and archiving of as-builts, warranty information, and document storage. And this is difficult for most municipalities. I don't know whether we get excited, the road is finished, we open up, people begin driving, but there's things we still need to do. We need to collect all the drawings, we need to get the warranties in place. Some departments do that very well, but it's not consistent across the organization. So with the manual in place, we should have a consistent practice across the organization. The good part, if we get that closeout piece in place, then warranties we can easily follow up on warranties. We can easily collect the information we need for asset management because you now have the drawings. You have a clear document management piece where you know where to find these documents if you need them going forward. So recommendation 23 is develop project closeout procedures, including a checklist, and mandate the compliance to the checklist requirements. And the last recommendation, which is risk management, the practice of the finding 24 is the practice of risk management is generally informal within project teams. Now, I spoke about the fact that if you're talking about contingencies, if you have your risk register, then it's easy to quantify the contingency that you need. And if you have the right oversight, the drawdowns from that contingency fund are actually signed off. So you actually know whether you still have the contingency. You also actually know if you have eliminated or hedged against any risk. And so as you move through the project, if that risk has been addressed, so it moves off the list, either you free the money or you recommit it to an emerging risk. So the recommendation is we formalize the risk management process and address lack of compliance of risk procedures. So those were the 24 findings and recommendations that we got from Deloitte. They tried to prioritize for us, quick wins and things we could do real quickly, and the CEO will speak to, what the next stages are going to look like for us. We have begun internally to address some of this as we go into 2018. One aspect of this has to do with our carry forwards. We are looking at them and saying, what are true carry forwards? What are multi-year projects? And what's our capacity, at least for 2018, that we have internally? We can estimate the external capacity so that we do not overcommit as we go forward. I'm not going to go into appendixes. I think those are for internal staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You wish to add something, Ms. Sammer?
The mic's on. Thank you. So I'm going to make a couple of statements. And first, thank you, Mr. Mema, for your presentation. I recently celebrated 2 years with the City of Nanaimo last week on November 17th. And as I reflected back on these last couple of years, there's something that's become very evident, and I've been diplomatic about it in the past, but I think it's time to make some statements about the State of the Union for the City of Nanaimo. The Core Services Review, conducted by WCM, as well as several other independent reviews that we've seen over the past couple of years, the IT security audit, the procurement audit, the Core Services Review, the CBRE VICC, the KPMG Forensic Audit of NEDC have how very clearly and unequivocally demonstrated that I have inherited, as the city manager, systemic problems with our systems. Previous city managers have put systems in place that simply are outdated and don't work. 250 pages of the core services have told us this, and it's time that we take this seriously. This report is significant because it deals with hundreds of millions of dollars. The procurement report is significant because it too deals with millions and millions of dollars. So we have started the process of dealing with these findings, and one of the approaches that I have taken, and I've been supported by the CFO, is to be transparent about this. Unlike previous city managers, I'm not keeping these documents and reports from council. I'm giving them to you because you are accountable to the citizens of Nanaimo and the taxpayers, and I'm one of them. And they elected you to govern. And you can't govern unless you know what you need to know. And the Core Services Review and the subsequent audits and reviews by independent, internationally recognized consulting firms are pretty unequivocal in their findings. We have work to do. We have serious work to do to improve our systems. I was alarmed to discover that year over year, for many years, we're carrying forward as much as 40% of our capital budget. That sounds complicated, but what does that mean to the average person? Well, let's say, for example, that council approves, and because you are the body approving our budget, you approve a budget that expends $100 million on capital projects. Well, we've discovered year over year, we're spending 60 of it. Yet you're putting $100 million in the budget. That means 40 million, and this is just an example because 100 is an easy number to deal with. 40 million is being carried forward. What does that mean? What does that mean for the taxpayers? What does that mean for us? There's valid reasons to carry forward money year to year. When we go out to tender major projects and we don't get bids, or the construction industry is in a boom and most companies are committed and it's not cost effective to move forward. But to do it this much for these many years means we need to look at these systems. And again, and normally I say something about staff, the responsibility rests with the city manager. So the responsibility for the systems that were put in place and the responsibilities for not taking a look at them sooner, that rests with the city manager and previous city managers. Staff do what they're told. Staff carry out and comply with the processes that are in place. But if you have a city manager that is unwilling or unable to take direction, to take a look at these systems, then that's a problem. And my understanding is why I was hired was I was amenable to change management. And I was hired to conduct the audit of the city operations of the city of Nanaimo. And today I'm going to say, Councillor Beswick and Councillor Kitt, you were right. You were right to ask for a review of our systems, of our procurement systems, of our capital planning and project systems, of our IT audit systems, of our records management systems. We need to make changes. And that needs to be said because of the discourse within our community, with the discourse within social media about the State of the Union for the city of Nanaimo. So I'm encouraged by this report, and we workshopped it several times with staff, and we've met with staff on what does this mean for us, and we are committed to implementing these changes, and Brad McRae and Karen Fry have stepped up to lead the way in using the Fire Hall #1 as a pilot project to take through these systems. But one of the decisions that I've made is that I'm going to be issuing a request for proposals for the provision of management services to Public Works and Engineering, because these recommendations are too important that I think it's appropriate for an independent professional consulting firm with the depth of expertise that's needed to come in here for the next 6 to 12 months and help us implement these changes. Staff are willing and able to participate in this, and we'll be doing an RFP later this week. We've got the draft done, and I'm certain that that will help. Some of the other things that we'll be asking the consultants to do when they come in is to assist us with some of the recommendations. For example, we just did the overhaul of the procurement system. Procurement, what does that mean? That means how the city buys things. How do we buy concrete? How do we buy pipes? How do we buy supplies? We've overhauled that system, and we've put something in place that we've been implementing. And I think that the capital projects system, which is related to it, will benefit from it, because a significant number of our capital projects at the design phase and at the construction phase are carried out by consultants. So I think the city would benefit if we did a request for proposals to put firms on a retainer with competitively set prices, rather than on one-offs going out to consultants and hiring them to do projects on design or construction. We do it with the larger projects, but given the volume and number of projects that we do every year in capital, our capital projects that we do, it would be a cost savings, an efficiency, and a best practice to have an RFP so that we have firms that we can know and predict the prices of doing the various work. Doing it ad hoc is not efficient, and doing it in a strategic procurement way in accordance with our policies will yield savings for the city. Mr. Mema also talked about the need to take a look at how we handle multi-year projects, and he gave a very good example. The previous Deputy Director of Finance and her practices with the budget would put the $17 million Fire Hall #1 into 2018 in its totality, when we all know we're only going to spend $2 million in 2018 because it's a multi-year project which requires design time for a year before we go into construction. So this year we will not be putting $17 million into 2018. We'll be recording approximately $2 to $3 million for the design phase. And I know that may seem high, but I think as we learned from the event center and from building of this center, the money that you invest up front in design and your due diligence means that you can predict the costs of major projects like a conference center or an event center, and in this case, a Fire Hall #1, which I'm really looking forward to. You need to spend money in the design phase to do your due diligence and to make sure that when you go out to tender that you've done the additional things that need to be done, like perhaps drilling, perhaps geotechnical, perhaps environmental. So you can get the best price when you take out a major project like this for people to bid on. The other thing that we're going to be adjusting, which we learned from this exercise, is that while this council has adopted the annual budget in December every year that you've been in your position, previous councils didn't adopt the final until May. Now, certainly we do make changes between December and May, but staff were still planning on the cycle of council never really adopted its budget in December. They were doing it in May. So we need to make changes to our internal timelines in how we plan for budget and do our assessment. Staff spends so much time preparing their capital budget. They do go through their asset management plans. They do have team meetings. They do meet with finance to say, what are the things that we need to do? What's our risk management? What should we be doing in this next year? So we just need to work with them so that that work is done on a cycle that corresponds to the fact that council is adopting a budget at the proper time, at the fiscal year end. Because on January 1st, we need authority to have a budget to issue money, because on Jan 1, the city continues to operate. So that was a very good lesson learned from this process. So, and to recap, I have inherited systemic challenges with our processes. Council has hired us to make those changes. The consultants have delivered reports with credible, reasonable recommendations, and we need to recognize that these changes need to take place, and I'm asking for the support of Council to support me as I lead staff through the implementation of these recommendations and the continued implementation of the core services review recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? And if I could ask council to restrict themselves to questions. Councillor Beswick.
Well, I have considerably more to say than simply questions. That said, I will do everything possible to restrict myself to questions. My first question is, will we be hearing from Deloitte in person? Will they be delivering this report beyond the delivery of the report tonight?
I should have said that as part of my summary, so you don't need to include that as a question. Absolutely. This is a major audit and report and finding, and I think it's important that we have the consultants, the independent third parties, answer directly to council. The community, the reason why we continued with this tonight is it's a significant report, and it was put on the agenda, and there may be people that have come prepared with questions for staff and for council on this report, but we will be inviting them to a future date to present again and probably offer, it's always good to hear from the consultants like we did with the core services.
Thank you. I'll try to deliver my next comment in the form of a question. For those watching and those in the attendance, if you have not read this Deloitte report, I strongly encourage you to do it. So my question was, if you haven't, please read it. In my opinion, the core services review in and of itself is extremely revealing, of which only conducted 55% of our city's operations as its undertaking. I will hope that in the near future, the balance of our city's operations will receive a similar or same WMC, my apologies, core services review undertaking. For me, this report is extremely disturbing. I wish it was alarming. In this report, as a State of the Union report on the City of Nanaimo's 4 categories that Deloitte has reviewed, validates the reason why an independent third-party review was necessary. Absolutely necessary for this city to move forward and advance its undertakings for the next generation of taxpayers in this city. And this is one of those things that you actually have to be here for a while to understand. And this is actually one of those things, and I won't put it in the form of a question to those people that wish to sit up here. You need to understand the challenges associated with trying to get to this place. When we read through this, finding 18, I'll ask a question. Collection of monies carryover, upwards of 40% in some years, 20 million, 30 million, whatever the amount might be, 4 million. And it also indicates inside this report that our interfacing with our finance system has some gaps. So my question, what steps has the Finance Department taken to inform and advise Council of the cost carryovers, capital cost carryovers, year over year?
through the chair. As I noted, we've begun to look at a different way of categorizing our projects as one way. The second piece has to do with, as the manual is developed, also the reporting would also be revamped so that it's not purely just a finance report, but it's a project report. So that's the second piece. The budget that you're going to see, the draft that you're going to see, is going to show a number of schedules when it comes out. And we've grouped these by, these are your single year projects. These are the projects that we are expecting to complete in 2018. The second group would be, these are multi-year projects on the go, so you actually can identify them. And then these are new multi-year projects, so you can actually know that these are the new projects that are going to be running for the next 3 or so years. So when you make that approval, you know that you're actually committing to finish this 3-year project. It's not a single year project. So those are the few things that we think we can make, at least from a financial perspective. We do have system challenges, and we're addressing those, and there will be a report coming, at least through the Finance and Audit Committee, to look at our systems as well.
Thank you.
Do you wish to supplement, Ms. Semmer?
I do, Mayor McKay. Thank you. I think the other thing that we identified, because you have to appreciate it's only been 3 or 4 weeks since we started to absorb these findings and start to talk to staff about it. We looked more critically at our capital projects budget and discovered that consulting and studies were included as part of the capital budget. So you're going to see a reduced capital budget this year in doing a reasonable amount of work that we can actually carry out based on our risk analysis, but we're eliminating hundreds of thousands of dollars of consulting contracts for studies that are operational and should never have been placed in the capital budget. You know, more looking back over the years to determine how much on an annual basis consulting studies were included in capital when they were actually operational. So it's a lot to look at and see what steps we can take to correct that.
I have 2 more quick questions, if I may. Thank you. Mr. Mema, would you confirm for me that our SAP system that has been in place since 2001 is an extremely sophisticated system?
Through the chair, SAP is a robust system. It's I wouldn't say it's complicated. I'd say it's a robust. It's an ERP. It's an enterprise resource planning suite. What that means is when you implement it or you fully implement it, you have an integration of your planning and your data. So you can, data warehousing, you can actually manipulate this data from multiple sources for decision making. The setup that we have, we just completed, once I returned from the SAP conference, we've just completed an assessment of how much of SAP we use, and also tried to come up with a roadmap of how we can probably extract more value. And the report that we got from consultants about how much of SAP we use is that we currently use about 4% of it. And good example is from a procurement perspective with our warehouse, our inventory, we're doing this manually, but we have a purchasing module with all these capabilities, but we don't utilize that. That's an example. So once we start utilizing that, our utilization rate is going to go up.
Thank you. I have a follow-up to that because I've been madly scribbling here as you were doing your thing, and did I hear you correctly say that the capacity of our system that we use is 4%, meaning that 96% of the SAP system is not being utilized?
Through the chair, that's correct.
I really feel like not asking any more questions. How much do you estimate, in your professional opinion, that the City of Nanaimo has invested in the SAP system since 2001? Licensing, updates, software, hardware, fiber optics, computers to match, training, and we're using 4%. How much have we spent in the last 16 years to be cutting edge, best practices, best ever, leading edge? Because this is extremely disturbing, and this is exactly the reason why, for over a decade, been trying to have an independent core services review with no bias undertaken. So for the last, since 2001, plus or minus, just an estimate that our city taxpayers have paid for a system dating back to 2001 that has never utilized more than 4% of its capacity. So instead of me driving a four-door car, I might as well just drive. I don't need four doors. I might as well just drive.
Perhaps we
have
can
one
get Mr.
door.
Member to answer your question, Councillor.
Through the chair, estimate probably anything north of $8 million.
How many?
Anything more than $8 million.
8?
Yes.
That's all?
More than 8 million. I'm just making an estimation.
Okay, so in my last comment.
80.
Could I please have the estimate since 2001 on what this city, and I'll make a motion later on if I have to, just what this city has invested approximately 10% either way in the SAP system since 2001. And that's a question, but I'll put it in the form of a motion under new business. Thank you.
Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Chair. Question for either Ms. Sam or Mr. Mima. From listening to your presentation, which was excellent, thank you, what I kept hearing was there's lack of oversight. Would that be accurate? In just about every area, there's a lack of oversight?
Inconsistent oversight.
Okay. So do you believe that if we were to hire a qualified, I believe Ms. Sammer's been trying to do that.
Councillor, can you ask your question through the chair, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, Chair. Do you believe that if we were able to get a qualified director of engineering with a project management background, would that be very helpful to correct some of these issues?
I'll respond, Mayor McKay. The recommendations are that all future recruitment for staff within the engineering and public works departments include the project management expertise. I think focusing on the words management oversight doesn't recognize the fact that it's the system. There's a lack of systems and policies and processes, which are the tools one uses to plan, design, and construct capital projects. So there's an absence of formalized practices across the organization. So the core services alerted us to that, and we hired consultants to come in and dive a lot deeper because they didn't go that deep in each of the areas. And their recommendations is the adoption of policies and procedures that have each of these different tools in them. So that'll take us 0 to 12 months to implement all of the recommendations. And given the magnitude of the project and the number of recommendations that are with it, plus the implementation and fixing of other systems like procurement and IT and records management, from a capacity perspective and from a risk management the best practice is to hire a consulting firm with a depth of expertise to assist us as we navigate that. We have a couple of vacancies, and as we navigate that with the assistance of engineering consulting firm with this expertise, we will then do the strategic hires and also invest in our staff, because it said to invest in them. I'm prepared to do that so that they go for training and get the project management certifications and SAP training and whatever it is that we need to make sure that all of these systems separately and integratedly in a centralized fashion are done.
Thank you.
Just one last one, if I may, please. In following up with Councillor Beswick's comment about the SAP, and this would probably go to the staff chair, is there a rationale as to why we are only using 4%? I don't know if that can be answered, but that's quite concerning that, we have a very expensive system that's only being utilized 4% of the time. Thank you.
Through the chair. I don't have a way of telling when we implemented SAP at what level of utilization we were using it. But based on what the review that we just did, SAP historically has not been user-friendly. The interface hasn't been user-friendly. And over time, those who really don't interface with it on a regular basis kind of like, let it off. It's used extensively in finance because they have no choice but to use it. But the whole reason of implementing SAP is that you allow other departments now to actually have access to their information, but with low uptake, then you have fewer people actually using it. SAP itself has responded, I think, to feedback from its customers. So they are moving now towards a more user-friendly interface, and that's part of the project that I'm working on coming out of the SAP conference, because in 2025, SAP as we know it today would cease. We would have an SAP that's based on apps, as we call them, intuitive, Windows-based, with some artificial intelligence as well, but I don't know how much of that we will use here. But hopefully that would actually encourage, an uptake on how many other people actually begin to use the system. And also, we have to insist that people use it, because that's an investment that actually allows them to be effective in their jobs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fuller.
Thank you. Through you to staff. And try and phrase these things in questions, because it's nice to give a little bit of a background to the question. So I'll say, my first is, I believe you've heard me say this before, and if you haven't, please answer me, that supporting the implementation of a core review is the primary reason for doing a core review. So if there's anybody that hasn't heard me say that, I would appreciate to know. And when we speak of implementation, we've got this report in front of us that has all these great recommendations. Now my question is, because I will support you in this 100%, how quickly can we start to implement the recommendations from this report? How quickly?
Well, we have started to implement the recommendations, the 6 quick hits, and the preparation and issuance of the RFP this week, tomorrow, is a demonstration that we are moving as quickly as we can to start implementing these recommendations. And I asked staff and met with them over the last 2 weeks to go back over the capital budgets, and we've had a series of meetings on those internally with finance to start making sure that the budget you have put in front of you in December reflects some of the changes that have been recommended by the consultants. We're not going to make it perfect, but we certainly are taking a good shot at it.
Thank you. And through the chair to staff, had a brief chance to chat with Mr. Mema earlier on, and we were talking about the great things that this council has done, such as the core review. And he mentioned to me savings that we have made to the taxpayers. So when we talk about the savings, and I'm thinking that most of these recommendations will result in savings. It's nice to have a business case on doing things because those tell you what the costs will be, what the savings will be, and so on and so forth. So will it be possible to get a cost benefit on implementing each of these recommendations, as well as a cost benefit of the implementation of other recommendations from the core review? We've had suggested numbers from the initial review, and I know it's going to take time, probably 2 or 3 years before we actually see exactly how much savings we do get. But would it be possible to get an estimated cost benefit for the individual items?
Through the chair, we could provide estimates once we begin to look at each recommendation. Some of these things, the savings come out of what you avoid, and it's reducing the number of change orders. That's one. Some of it is basically the speed at which projects get implemented. Some of it has to do with engagement and utilization of your staff, where they're not running all over the place, but at least they're focused on what they're doing. So we will try and make some estimations on these.
And final question, would you accept my gratitude for the work that you yourself and Ms. Samra, would you accept my gratitude for the work that you have done in helping us move forward with the implementation of the core review and encouraging me and helping me to come forward with another motion tonight to follow through with part 2 of the core review? Thank you.
Councillor Yoakum.
Thank you. I'd just like to, first of all, thank you for bringing this forward. This report, it's concerning, it's alarming, it's disappointing, but also it's about bringing forward, though, moving forward. I'm not going to sit here and what's happened in the past is wrong about many things in this report. It's about bettering ourselves, and I want to thank you, too, for making this opportunity happen. I recall an IT report where we asked for it, we were told it was too large, it's too big, some of you are too dumb to read it, etc. In that room there. So I want to share, bringing this forward. One of you stated about, I don't mean one of you, sorry to be rude, one of you two stated about governing or making decisions, and now we can make proper decisions. So the question I would have, I heard earlier there has to be 2 questions in my comments, so I'll get to my 2 questions in a second, is I remember when the term started, and I don't regret it, and I'm going to stick to it. There's been lots of talk about this council, but one of the core fundamentals for myself was keeping the dollars in check. I could not believe, and early in my term I stated, which I got threatened to get sued, was I'm tired of everyone running to the trough because the people deserve better, and I still stand by that. Maybe I'll say it a little more diplomatically today than 3 years ago, but nevertheless, this paperwork is a beginning, as a core services review was. I can't believe how hard the core service review was to even get going or supported. But so the question I have, Fire Chief Fry, I totally lift my hands up to her as well as the work that you guys are doing. Is it the first legit project charter we're doing? Have we not been doing project charters? Like the magnitude with sponsors and sign off properties. We're doing that in that building, I understand, what I heard this evening. So I want, if that's accurate, I thank you guys for implementing that practice because it's common in my world of my day job. So that's the first question. If I may have a response, please.
Yes.
Just a moment, Ms. Councilor Brennan, can you assume the chair, please?
Yeah. So
The answer to your question is yes. I actually stopped the issuance of the RFP for the design work in 2017 because we had received the Deloitte report, and nothing else is going to go forward unless we start doing this in a coordinated way. To that end, though, I will recognize that Ms. Fry actually put together a working group and did, with one of our more experienced project managers, start this project in a way that is consistent with the recommendations of this report, and had absolutely no problem whatsoever saying that they would be the pilot and stepping up for that.
great. So my final comment, Madam Chair, would be, or question would be, on this subject is, again, I applaud where we're going. We got to be better, and we're not only going to be better. We can't make decisions what we don't know, and I'm really pleased that you two, both of you, are not putting us on the shelf and saying, "Oh, council doesn't need to know." Like from my experience earlier, as what happened in my experience at this table, and it probably, as Councillor Bestwick says, for the last decade or so. So the question I have now would be, and if there's 40%, this is one example. If there's 40% of capital projects not being moved forward and whatnot, I still think there's a way we can do wonderful city business without raising taxes. I'm stuck on that, and I'm going to be stuck on that because this is one example. So imagine when all of your great work get to do all our departments like this. It's going to be amazing because we can stay where we are, keeping the taxpayers' taxes in check where they are, and still to do the work that needs to be done for the city. So this totally verifies where my beliefs have always been. So I want to thank you. I lift my hands up. Thank you, both of you. Thank you for the time to speak.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm next in the queue, but I will skip my name and go to Councillor Kipp. Not really sure I know how to do that. Do you?
Probably press the bottom one.
I'm
one more
trying.
there, right there.
Oh, okay. There you are.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Wow, Mockingjay. This is huge for this kid. I can ask the question now that the VICC, Corex, Colliery, SARC, Annex, NEDC procurement and contracts have not been up to standard. I can ask that question, and I don't need an answer for it. The number one reservoir building that was overbuilt, and we had problems with our water treatment plant. Folks, this is huge for me. I've been going at this for a long time. Soil in the park is a concern to me. Some of the things are still happening within this 2-year time frame. I want to talk about the governance, which is related in this project on page 24, 23, and later on. That's about the governance of the city's staff as they govern the projects. Am I correct? It's not the governance of council in this. I don't want the bloggers and the blogma to confuse that. That governance in this project is the governance of how our staff manages and oversees projects.
Correct.
Am I correct on that? Thank you. Much that was unachievable has been achieved in this plan. And from my perspective, along with this, how do we tie together now the supply management, asset management into this system very quickly? Because those are concerns to me. I'll ask the question in the core review, page 61. Our wages have gone up on an average wage and benefit 53% in a 10-year period. Am I correct? And am I correct now with our asset management and our supply management, and what's been shown is that within 20 years, we're $250 million short on asset management?
That's correct.
Okay. And I guess the concern I have now is when we hire and that, and this is the same for all divisions and departments of the city. Am I correct? That it's been, I guess the terms were lacking, inconsistent, no cross-divisional communication. Am I correct on that? It states that in the report? I'd like to know, I guess the question I don't have to ask for staff, organizational reviews. The core review has been a big fight for me for a long time, and I actually say a fight. I found files in the city with my name on it. Staff's aware that those files exist? Thank you. Mr. Mayor, are you sad that I'm so correct?
Councillor.
Sorry.
Are you done?
I'm never done, but I'm finished on this one.
Thank you. Councillor Hong.
Thank you, Mr. Mema, for your presentation. I don't think it's a big secret to a lot of the residents in Nanaimo about how the city departments traditionally have worked in silos. And I don't think it's a secret that most municipalities in the previous have worked in silos. And I think it's just up to this council and this new administration that we're bringing this to light and that we're actually talking about it. It's nothing new. We know it's always been there. But I'm just happy that we're getting to this point that we get to talk about it. So some of my questions I have through the chair, if I can ask. It seems like, to me, number 4 and number 9 are kind of interrelated. But the question that I have, is it this inadequate workforce planning and inconsistent qualifications? This is previous. This isn't from us where some bloggers have said that we had this massive exodus in staff, that now we're understaffed. Is this report a carry forward? Are we seeing these historical carry forwards from previous years as well? Like, I don't read that in this report. So if I can get that answered from staff.
Thank you. Sarah.
Yes. We look back over a longer time period, and these carry forwards are historic. They're consistent, and the average is 40% per year. And capacity isn't number of staff, because the vast majority of capital projects, the vast majority, are not done in-house in the design or construction. We contract out. And in the last year and a half, I have made available additional funds for contracting out and having the outside consultants both assist in design and in construction. So resources have been available to staff for those purposes. So it cannot and is not attributable to 2 vacancies.
Great. Thank you. And then on to my next question, Chair, if I may. With regards to recommendation number 16, I find that really interesting that there were no formal guidelines for developing estimates across all stages of the life cycle, and everything else. Can we attribute this event, like this recommendation, to the prime reason why I didn't support building the NRE's new facility? Would that, where I felt that I didn't have the information before this report came out, is that where my intuition would have fit into number 16?
Through the chair, who recognized me with a nod, I would like to say that you had absolutely inadequate information about the capital costs of constructing a recycling facility on city land or any land, let alone a business case study on the costs and investments for taking up those delivery of those additional services, or a business case analysis of the contracts and resources involved in doing that over the long term, or its impact on other city operations and investments. So, yes.
Great. Thank you. That's all I have for now.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
Thank you. I think the first thing I want to say is I'm a little bit disturbed about how this has been presented to us. I'm a little bit concerned that there's an emphasis on past administrations, and I think that it's important for me to steer clear of those kind of suggestions. And at any rate, on the SAP, my understanding is the SAP is used by organizations hundreds of times bigger than us. Exxon, Colgate, Palmolive, those kinds of organizations that require they require the robust system that you were talking about. So I'm thinking, my own sort of rudimentary skills. I use probably less than 4% of a lot of the computer systems that I have access to, or the software. I think it's probably not unusual that software is built to accommodate many different users. So in terms of this, and I think there was a question asked that we'd only purchase up to 4% of it, or people were only allowed to access 4% of it. I think what you were saying was that we use only 4% of the capacity of that system. Wrong?
Question through the chair, please.
Oh, sorry. Yes, through you. I'd like to know, is my understanding of that wrong on this 4% figure?
Mr. Memo?
So we are using only 4% of SAP. What that means is, to some extent, you're right when you say who uses 100% of Excel or Word, right? But when you're looking at a software like SAP, you want to be able to probably be in the excess of 70%. 70%? 770.
770.
Yeah, 70. But I think our case what I was trying to explain is this. There's basic things that we should be using SAP for that we're not. A good example was inventory management. Another one is employee self-service. We still do manual pay sheets. And for an organization of this size, that's not normal. SAP is really good for manufacturing organizations. Yes, SAP did come up with SAP Public Sector. There's a couple of cities on the mainland that use it, but you're looking at Vancouver, Burnaby, Surrey, of that size. I don't know what utilization they do. But my comment is on, we're basically not using what is in front of us that we should be using. But the challenge you have is the licensing is not based on your utilization. It's based on 100%. And that's where I think the challenge is, where if I'm going to be charged 100% for this, I might as well push and use as much of it as possible.
And that sounds reasonable to me too. But I think one of the things you said was that it's not that user-friendly?
Yes, SAP has historically not been that user-friendly. They have tried to have two interfaces, but they have made the leap in this new updates that they have, where it's now easier. However, when you look at that utilization, the user friendliness of it is more about insisting that people use it, but we haven't done that. And so because I have difficulty using it, then I'm going to call somebody in finance to do that. And then the person in finance is now running a help desk when they should be doing a value-add work. So these things, there's a chain to the inefficiencies.
Right. And there's some change, I understand, then, upgrading the system to make it more user-friendly, and that's occurring now, and that's good to know. I'm wondering if insisting and enforcing, which seems like a reasonable plan. If we've got these tools, we should use them. But are we going to make this more inefficient by doing that? I mean, excuse me? Okay. Duly noted. Through you, I duly noted that. So what concerns me is the cost of training. And how much is that going to add to our costs?
So part of what you're going to see as part of the change is a business case. As I noted, I think in one of my emails, there's a cost for not keeping up.
There's a cost.
There's a cost for not keeping up.
Yes.
And so whether we like it or not, we are going to pay. When it comes to training, with the new interface and the apps that are coming, I'm looking at the cost, I think, being low, because most of these are going to be self-training. You'll notice that now there are videos that people can actually watch and go through that. We just made one change recently about approval of purchase requisitions. The training was hardly 10 minutes. Just bring people in. This is what you click. Here is a piece of paper for you to look at, and people actually picked up on that. So we will bring a business case, obviously, on the re-implementation of it. But in my email, I did note that the re-implementation or the migration to this new platform is anywhere between 3 and 5 million.
Is what?
Between 3 and 5 million.
Okay, thank you. So I will just finish, if I could, by saying, one, thank you very much, Mr. Mema. And two, I'm not concerned if we can spend a little money and get more use of the product that we have. I think that's great. I think that we have to be prepared to spend some money. And I think that we have been very reluctant to spend money on systems and training. Those kinds of changes in our culture, I think, are absolutely essential. So I'm not concerned about spending money. What I am concerned about, I suppose, is that we endeavor not to make this a blaming exercise, and I'm, really sort of watchful for that. But thank you.
Thank you very much. Final speaker, Councillor Thorpe.
Sorry, Your Worship, I had a supplemental answer.
Supplemental answer. Ms. Sammer.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through the chair to Councillor Brennan. I think one of the things that Mr. Memo was saying is that we're investing millions of dollars a year in SAP, and we've been doing that year over year for a decade or more, and that the discovery of the low usage requires action by senior management in training and enforcement of the tools that we have in place. I do not think that I heard anything from Mr. Mema that is anything near blaming of any staff in any way whatsoever. So I think that's very important to make sure that the public record reflects that Mr. Mema did not engage in such comments. I think the second thing that I want to state, and I think I was pretty clear when I supplemented Mr. Mema's comments about how serious the Deloitte consulting report findings are, and that over the last couple of years, it's become evident to me, based on the independent reviews and audits by consultants, that the systems that I have inherited as a city manager are systemically flawed and require significant improvement. That's a statement of fact. It's a statement of fact that is contained in each of these reports, that previous administrations put these systems in place, were asked, as a matter of public record, to assess and make changes to them, and for whatever reason did not. And given the current climate, which were the comments that I made, especially the narrative about both myself as city manager and my CFO, I thought it was very important to make it very clear that we've inherited this and that the system for the city of Nanaimo is extremely hierarchical. The city manager is the one person that makes the decisions about the systems and about their implementation by staff. And I've been consistent in my support of staff. They are responsible for carrying out the direction that the CAO receives through council, and they have implemented these systems because that's been required of them. So there's no finger pointing or suggesting of wrongdoing. We have a very competent, committed staff that I enjoy working with, and we've enjoyed working with in dealing with these. Obviously, receiving an audit of how you do your business that finds deficiencies is disturbing, not only for the staff that carry that out, but also for us. Nobody wants to find out that they're not doing things the best way that they can. But this isn't about wrongdoing by anybody. This is about dealing with reality, dealing with the finding of audits, and finding out ways of how we can work together to find solutions. And I think today we presented what our solutions were and our path forward. And each time that we do come to council, we're presenting you with those solutions. We're also presenting you with reports because ultimately, at the end of the day, while I may take a beating in social media and the media about the affairs of the city, at the end of the day, it's mayor and council that are the ultimate decision makers. You're the ones approving the budget. You're the ones that are approving the policies, and you're responsible and accountable to the electorate for the decisions that you've made, which is why we've given you this report, which is why we've shared every single report that we've gotten in a public forum. Nothing has been kept confidential. And there's other reports that were kept confidential and from council that we've brought forward and given to you. So I think it's important to note that the approach and the objectives of my senior management team in bringing these things forward is to allow us to deal with this and find solutions forward. And I appreciate your support in the presentation of this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan, I want to wind this down. I already suggested that Councillor Thorpe is the last speaker. Councillor Thorpe, please.
Thank you, Chair, and I will be brief. I want to, first of all, thank staff for presenting this information. I appreciate receiving it. I read it. I did find it, I found it disappointing and disturbing in places. I'm not somebody who believes in looking back and complaining. I want to look forward and make improvements, find better ways of doing things, find efficiencies, look at how we as a city can operate in better and more positive and effective manners. And if this report helps us to do that as we move forward, then through the chair, I'd like to express my support of that. I do have a rather rhetorical question for Mr. Mema, and that is, in my opinion, although this report does certainly point out some deficiencies and gaps and ways that we need to do things better, I don't think it is completely negative. And what I've been hearing around the table so far is a very, very negative reaction to this report and its findings. And I read the very first sentence of 1.3 on page 22, which prefaces the report by saying, overall, the city's processes related to capital planning appear to be standardized, well understood, and followed by various departments involved in the capital planning process. So my somewhat rhetorical question to Mr. Mema is, am I correct, sir, that this is not all doom and gloom? We do have some good things to base our work on and move forward from.
Through the chair, yes. I think as I made the presentation, I also noted there's things there that have been pointed as well done. There's pockets of excellence, and what we want to aim for is excellence across the organization, and that's where standardization and the manual would help us to do that. And we're building on that. As Ms. Summer did give an example of Fire Station Number 1, the fire chief and the project manager have actually taken these as a platform or an example where they want to showcase that part. And the kind of work that they've worked on, even before we get into developing the new manual, to me is an example of good work. And so we will build on some good practices that are in pockets. We want to make them across the board.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. It's now 9:11. We had said we were going to take a recess at 9 o'clock, so we'll reconvene in 10 minutes. Next item on the agenda tonight is the Mayor's report. We've got 2 items here. First one is I want to recognize a citizen of Nanaimo, specifically Cedar, that just passed away. Laurie William Gourlay. Mr. Gourlay was born in Hamilton, Scotland on October 20th, 1953, and he passed away at the Thistledown Farm in Cedar on November 14th. On early morning of November 14th, Laurie passed away in the arms of his one true love, Jackie, and surrounded by their 6 Lassie collies on their farm. Laurie leaves behind many friends, family, and his loving wife of 41 years, Jackie Mode. He was an amazing, energetic, dedicated, kind man, full of light, love, and a brother to many. An eloquent writer, a lifelong defender of the environment, a community activist, Laurie was a tireless advocate for the designation of the Salish Sea as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Laurie will be piped into his final resting place at Royal Oaks Burial Park in Victoria at 1 p.m. November 20th. In true Laurie fashion, he's requested a green burial. It would be the highest honor if you would sign the House of Commons petition E1269. This was Laurie's final push to see his World Heritage Site application recognized. And while I can't read the link that it could be understood, look under petitions.ourcommons.ca and look for petition E1269. The second item tonight is an invitation from Mr. Mema.
Your Worship, I would like to invite members of the media to a press conference on Friday at 10 a.m. in the SAC boardroom, where we will unveil the draft 2018-2022 financial plan. And that financial plan will then there will be a presentation on next Monday, followed by an e-town hall on the 4th of December, and then followed by a workshop on the 7th of December, and then the first 3 readings of the bylaw on the 14th, I think, or 18th, I can't remember, 18th of December. So we're inviting members of the media, if they could come to SAC, where we're going to unveil the draft plan on Friday at 10 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And can you tell me, has this announcement been placed on our website?
It will be placed tomorrow.
Thank you very much. The next item is under committee recommendations. The first one is the Public Safety Committee.
Sorry.
Councillor Thorpe.
I'd wish to speak regarding the Mayor's report.
Mr. Thorpe.
Thank you.
Councillor Thorpe, pardon me.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. First of all, thank you for acknowledging the work of Mr. Gourlay. It's very sad news. I just wanted to add, if I may, that I attended a service this morning for another longtime Nanaimo resident that I think deserves mention, Mr. John Lestrange, who for over 40 years operated Lestrange Roofing here in town, was, I believe, 89 years old. excuse me, and always very, very proud to be a Nanaimoite and contributed a lot to our community and the youth sports in our community. So just wanted to mention that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the next item, of course, is under administration, committee recommendations. The first one is Public Safety Committee recommendations to be introduced by Councillor Armstrong.
That's recommended motion that council approve the following motion passed by the Public Safety Committee on November 2nd, 2017. It was moved and seconded that the Public Safety Committee recommends to council that staff start working on the provision of a short-term supported housing solution such as modular homes on city land, and that staff provide a progress report at the next public safety meeting or via email. The motion carried unanimously.
So, would you like to move the recommendation?
Yes, I would like to move the recommendation.
Thank you. And seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Thank you. Any discussion? Ms. Gurry?
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. This is completely unrelated, but so I'll just wait until you're done the motion than last week.
Levity, we need that.
Thank you very much. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Gurry.
Thank you, Your Worship. We never determined where the late delegation, Mr. Murchie, was going to be placed on the agenda. So am I to assume it should be under other business? Would that be okay if we put him under other business?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The next one is the Finance and Audit Committee meeting recommendations. Councillor Bestwick.
So move that the Finance and Audit Committee meeting recommendations from November 9, 2017 be moved and seconded that the Finance and Audit Committee recommend that Council not provide funding for an emergency shelter for youth for the 2017-2018 winter season, and that motion carried unanimously. I believe we have to do it here as well.
The following motions.
Did you want me to do them seriatim or all at once?
What's Council's pleasure? All at once? Okay.
I will move motion 2. It was moved and seconded that the Finance and Audit Committee recommend that Council approve a $4,070 funding request from the Community Engagement Task Force in support of a public engagement event scheduled for November 23, 2017 at the Vancouver Island Conference Centre. I believe that motion carried unanimously. And the third motion, moved and seconded that the Finance and Audit Committee recommend that Council approve the request from the Vancouver Island Raiders Football Club for travel assistance in the amount of $2,000.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Brennan. Discussion. Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one is the Advisory Committee minutes. The first one is the Public Safety Committee meeting held Thursday, September 17th. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move acceptance of the minutes of the September 7th Public Safety meeting.
Is there a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Thank you. Discussion. Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. The next one is minutes of the Public Safety Committee meeting held Thursday, October the 5th. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move acceptance of the minutes of the Public Safety Committee meeting held on Thursday, October 5th, 2017.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Hong. Discussion. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. Just a quick question. I think on the two previous meetings of that committee, that the CPSO office was discussed with some considerable, based on the minutes, wasn't in attendance, with some deep recommendations about the continuation of the office, challenges faced, et cetera, et cetera. Will those recommendations beyond the minutes of the committee be coming to council in the form of recommendations?
Councillor Thorpe.
So I'll start it off, and Councillor Armstrong can add on. Certainly, when I was chairing that committee, there were discussions related to what was the community policing office downtown and what its potential future use or non-use could be. I believe those discussions continued at the last meeting when Councillor Armstrong was chairing. It's certainly still something that staff is looking at.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you. Those conversations are still continuing. At that last meeting, we wanted to focus on one recommendation and not go all over the place, so we brought it into one recommendation, and that can be our agenda for the next one, if council desires.
Thank you. I think we need to get some advice from staff. Ms. Sammer.
So I'm trying to find out where we are in the discussion. What's the agenda item that has prompted this? Where?
Talking about the minutes of the Public Safety Committee.
Okay.
At the base of
We finished finance already?
7, page 67. Committee discussion took place.
I do want to say something on it, so just give me a moment.
I simply ask because it's been a conversation piece in the minutes of the previous 2 meetings that you've held, and that there's considerable conversation surrounding that area of the downtown and beyond, which this subject matter may influence assistance.
So I think I advised, I don't know where I advised it, but it was in a meeting somewhere, that the Core Services Review recommendation about the closure of the CPSO office and the relocation of the bylaws officers back up to SARC was pressed pause, more or less, because public safety discussions at that particular committee overtook that work and had looked at that space as possibly being the space where public safety issues be addressed. And when that recommendation came forward, I spoke to staff and said we need to be going back to council and also dealing with the other committees, because this isn't something that's done by one committee alone. I've since gotten further feedback that we've got conflicting views on where the most appropriate space for public safety would be and whether or not it should be at that location or another location closer to Diana Krall. So all of this to say is that the Core Services recommendation has been placed on hold, although I heard from council that you wanted staff to look at that again more closely in the near future, and the commentary that 2 committees have been spending their time on public safety. One is a Community Vitality Committee. They've been driving that with a questionnaire with Bruce Anderson's group, and also the Public Safety Committee has looked at it. So we're trying to ensure that there's cross-pollination and discussions before we come back to council, but we're certainly open to taking a direction to look at the Core Services Review again more immediately.
Thank you. Councillor Kipp.
Yeah, the Core Service Review says that should be closed. I think most of the chaos happens after 4:30 at night, and that office has been open. There used to be a community police office down by Diana Krall. It used to be underneath the Coast Bastion. So it moved from there because it didn't have the profile to the other place. But I just see it as an office. I know people have gone in there and said, call the police, and they say, no, you have to call the police, because they don't do that type of thing. So I'm not certain it has the value of, and we've heard our complaints again from the Victoria Crescent Group, that stuff is happening down there and it's chaos, and I don't see VHA on these in this. And this is this one that they're talking about down there is a health issue, mental illness and addiction issue, and just locking people up isn't the answer, because when they get locked up in the psych ward, they get kicked out minutes later. The NRGH report isn't that great right now for their coordination. So I don't know why we're talking about this continually. I want to see boots on the ground, not in the offices. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. It's been moved and seconded. Call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one is the minutes of the Open Vitality Committee meeting of July the 5th, to be introduced by Councillor Fuller.
Okay, first off, I'd like to make a motion to correct the agenda to show the Open Community Vitality Committee commenced at 4:30 p.m., not 4:40 p.m. And then I'd like to make a motion that the minutes of the Open Community Vitality meeting held on Wednesday, 2017, July 5th, at 4:30 p.m. be adopted.
Moved by Councillor Kipp and seconded by Councillor, moved by Councillor Fuller, seconded by Councillor Kipp. Any further discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one is the same committee for October 14th. Councillor Fuller.
I'd like to move the minutes of the Open Community Vitality Committee held on Wednesday, 2017, October 4th at 4:30 p.m.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Thank you. Errors or omissions? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one is the Community Engagement Committee held on Wednesday, October 11th, to be introduced by Councillor Armstrong.
Is that a committee?
Yeah, I was going.
I'm not a committee.
It's been changed to a task force?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Kipp. That's correct. I just was saying that. Why doesn't it say task force? But it's because it was called a committee at the time.
Okay.
It is a task force.
So if you can make the motion appropriately, please, Councillor Armstrong.
Yeah, I move that the minutes of the Community Engagement Task Force held on Wednesday, 2017, October 11th at 5 p.m. be accepted.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Armstrong, seconded by Councillor Kipp. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. The next one is the Committee of the Whole meeting location to be introduced by Ms. Sheila Gurry.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this report was added to the addendum, and it's just to give council some background on the move of the location of the Committee of the Whole meetings to the Service and Resource Center. That was a motion by council last December 2016, and it just shows some of the cost analysis between having the meetings at the Service and Resource Center compared to here at the Shaw Auditorium. As well, what's absent from this report, and it's because I didn't get the information in time, is I just wanted to let council be aware of the commitments that have been made and have been paid for improvements to the Service and Resource Center boardroom in 2017. For audio, visual, and construction, there was $56,575 made for improvements in 2017, and that doesn't include the improvements that were made in previous years or the costs that went into the design and build for that boardroom when the Service and Resource Center was being built. So I just wanted to give you some cost analysis.
Thank you very much. Is there someone prepared to move a motion that the Committee of the Whole report be received?
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Kipp. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Thank you. Any discussion? Councillor Fuller.
Through you to staff, I believe at our last finance policy meeting, it could have been, it was mentioned by the IT staff that one of the cameras didn't seem to be working that was installed at the SARC building.
Through the chair to Councillor Fuller, yes, that's correct. The camera at the well, I don't know which one is back in, but one towards the screen is not working.
So a follow-up to that, is this work warranted?
Yes, it is. We're just waiting for the contractor to schedule the service.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. I'm not sure who to direct my question to as it relates to the handout that is just received, not the one on the screen in front of folks. Is it my understanding that we have invested $56,574.56 on the SARC boardroom audio visual upgrades?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
And is there more upgrades to be done in that space to bring it to the standards that are causing us the concerns in the last 3 months of any meetings being held there?
Through the chair.
Ms. Samra?
Thank you. I'm not aware of deficiencies in the audio-visual. We have experienced a few filming difficulties. Those are technical that the IT staff have worked on and done the improvements for. So the investments were to add the additional mics. We've been also encouraging staff to go up to the podium and use the mics so that they're recorded. And there's nothing else planned, and we're not aware of it being more or less deficient than this particular venue.
Thank you.
Thank you. This just seems like an extremely hefty number, $60,000 that we've invested to date. Thank you.
Councillor Yocum.
Thank you. Just quickly, I want to mention, I know we're just receiving this report, not making any decisions, but to state the changeover, according to data we received this evening, was the average meeting was around $2,100 and change. Previous years, so we moved to SARC, and it's just a little over $300 presently. So it's been I see we had to make some capital costs to make the room more suitable, but nevertheless, over time at those $300 plus a meeting, it's obviously a good bang for the buck for the taxpayers of the city. And because this item seems to come up and it gets very political, and I don't know why, because the proof is right here. It's been a good move, and we can hold good meetings, and it's been recorded. So I just want to share that information, even if we're just receiving. Thank you.
Ms. Armstrong. Councillor Armstrong, pardon me.
Thank you, Chair. I believe there was some complaints about the hearing in there, that some of the people that are hearing impaired have difficulties hearing in there. That the complaints, I'm sure Mr. Manners will be able to fill us in later. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sammer.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Armstrong, we did receive, Cameron Council has received one complaint about the audio that I'm aware of, but the question that I was answering was whether or not there was deficiencies in the audio-visual equipment within that room. And the investments were meant to ensure that the live video streaming was able to be done from all angles, that the audio covered council. If you review the tapes, they achieved that outcome.
Thank you. See no further speakers. It's been moved and seconded. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item is down into bylaws. We have a bylaw sheet. No, it's for bylaw status sheet. Pardon me. It's for information only, and it is there's no requirement to move receipt. Next one is under notice of motion. First one is Councillor Fuller.
Thank you. So I want to make this notice of motion, and the idea is that the motion itself will be on the agenda in December. To direct staff to make recommendations on the scope of Phase 2 of the core review with the intent upon council approval of moving forward as early in 2018 as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one is Councillor Yocum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't really have words for a notice of motion, but I will be bringing a motion forward, working with staff on the dispensary issue, which unfortunately did not pass a couple weeks ago when I was out of town. But nevertheless, I will bring forward some language, bring that back to the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next one is under other business. First item is Councillor Armstrong with respect to a motion concerning the quilt of reconciliation. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you. I would like to move that Council support the Vancouver Island Exhibition, Mid-Island Métis Nation, and the Nanaimo Aboriginal Centre's Reconciliation Quilt Squares project.
Thank you very much. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Brennan. Discussion. Councillor Yocum.
Thank you. Just quickly, definitely support reconciliation, and the quilt's powerful and very meaningful and good, very, very good for the city. But one thing I want to mention is I hope these groups, we can encourage these groups that the council support the Vancouver Island Exhibition and the Métis group and the Aboriginal Center is great. But hopefully we're also encouraging these groups are collaborating and respectfully communicating with Nanaimo First Nation. For a simple fact, we open our meetings up, how honored we're to be here, etc. So I hope others are doing following, and because we are in Nanaimo's, we are in Nanaimo territory, so one would expect, and I hope that before we start supporting, I want to make sure that the support that these people are doing appropriate protocol. And there is protocol in First Nation world that everyone here may not know or in the audience, but there is. So I hope it's happening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Brennan.
Oh, yeah, maybe Councillor Armstrong could explain to us what support means in terms, is this financial support or is this just, what is this? What does it mean? Okay.
The project, that it's a step towards reconciliation. I don't know, for those that aren't aware, there's the recommendations. Each recommendation has been signed a number, and community members are doing a piece of the quilt, and it has to refer to one of the recommendations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, that's it. Nothing. Very good. Thank you. Moved and seconded. Call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. The next one is motion redevelopment cost charge bylaw to be introduced by Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. I would like, we had this conversation at the most recent meeting, but I would like to move that council direct staff to conduct a full review of the development cost charge bylaw, complete with recommendations for fee changes every 5 years commencing 2022.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Bestwick and it's been seconded by Councillor Kipp. And is there anything you wish to? Okay, thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. I support the idea of regular reviews of DCC bylaws and, in fact, other bylaws and policies. My question, whether it's through you to Councillor Bestwick or through you to staff, would be, can this council bind staff of a future council to a certain action? We're talking about something 5 years in the future that we might support, but is it right that we tie somebody else to this idea?
I'd be quite happy to respond to that.
Mrs. Samurai, I think so. No?
Well, legally, yes, you may.
I'd be quite prepared to answer.
Councillor Bestwick.
The answer is yes. We do it every council meeting by decisions that we make. We learned at our last meeting from Mr. Lindsay that leading practices in development cost charges reviews across the province and beyond are done every 5 years. We were instructed that, 10 years out on bylaws, as you just alluded yourself, Councillor Thorpe, is on other items as well as an extended period of time. And so the short answer, yes.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one, Councillor Brennan, Committee of the Whole meetings.
This may be a hopeless quest. I might be tilting at a windmill here, but I move that all Committee of the Whole meetings be held in the Shaw Auditorium, Vancouver Island Conference Centre, 80 Commercial Street. If I have a seconder, I will speak to it.
Okay. You're moving the motion. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Discussion. Councillor Brennan.
I recognize that it is cheaper to hold our Committee of the Whole meetings in the SARC building. But while we might try to kind of retrofit it to accommodate some audio-visual aspects that we want the community to see, we do know that the sound in the room is not adequate, that people who are hearing impaired have complained. It's a difficult meeting to observe if you're sitting in the gallery of the SARC boardroom. The chairs are at the back, the circle is at the front, and people who are in the back can't hear who's speaking. Sometimes they don't even know who's speaking because they can't see the faces of the people who are talking. It accommodates only 25 people, and oftentimes we have more than that. I've seen the people who've come to those meetings sometimes spill out into the lobby, and there are still people out there working, and we've got chairs set up with a TV so that people can see it. I think it's wholly inadequate for people to observe the way their council makes decisions, how they make them, and who makes them. Those are really important things. One of the reasons that we wanted to have the Shaw Auditorium was because we were frequently finding that people in the old City Hall were spilling out into the upper floor, and with all the problems that brings, people not being able to see, people not being able to hear, people crowded together. I don't think that, if the cost of the meals is what frightens us off, then let's deal with that. But to move we've had them there for a year now, in my estimation, it doesn't work. And it makes it very difficult for people to see us work, see how the money they give us is spent, and to see how we deliberate and make our decisions. So I think it's a good move. I think it brings democracy closer to people, and I'd ask that this motion be supported.
Thank you. Councillor Fuller.
Years ago when, through you to whomever wants to listen to it, I guess, years ago when this building was being built and the SARC building was being built, I got up in front of council and encouraged that committee of the whole meetings stay here. And that's in part to many organizations come up and do presentations. It was also in part to the changes from regular council meetings to committee of the whole, where delegations not on items on the agenda would be put to the committee of the whole. And a lot of those delegations are groups from the community that come in and present to us and then want to use the links to the videos to get that information out to the broader community. With regards to the hearing impaired having complaints, I was actually talking to the person who complained about SARC, and he also had the same complaint with regards to here, and has been given a little piece of tech that he can use to listen to those meetings. So I'm not going to get into the hearing thing because I think that's an issue here and there. Heating and temperature is a huge issue here. I do believe we could save money on the food. I think people would be aghast at some of the food that gets brought in here. They can see what gets brought into the SARC building. But I would also like to think that if we hold the committee of the whole meetings here, we could still hold the finance meetings at SARC. We could still hold committee meetings at SARC. And then we could start taping those committee meetings as well and have a record of our visual record of our committee meetings. We put the money into the SARC building to do that, and that's what I would like to see happen. So I am going to support that the committee of the whole meetings be here, because sometimes we do see a lot of people show up to these. And I remember the old days of city council when you would have people out in the hallway. And the old committee of the whole meetings, I agree, when they were held at City Hall, weren't well attended, but because of some of the changes to them, they now are. And many of them are very well attended. So I will support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. I too thought that holding the meetings in a brand new facility like this at the time sounded like a great idea and a grand idea to take them away from the old City Hall boardroom. That said, I didn't know how much these meetings were going to cost. And as I find now, we're our own best customer here at the Bank of Island Conference Center. And so fundamentally, I just sort of have a challenge with the amount of money that we pay ourselves to be here. I don't know what the school board, another board of trustees, I don't know what they pay to hold their meetings at the board office. I don't know what the regional district pays themselves to hold meetings at their building that they own. Actually, we own 50% of it, maybe 60. We do pay for it. I think that there's other considerations, as has been alluded to, the cuisine, which we have attempted over many iterations to try to back off of, because it is extremely pricey. And I would have no objections to seeing that become something less than what it is today, obviously. But the difference between here and the SARC building is about $2,000 a meeting. And I'm glad to see that we're having public hearing meetings at the SARC building, because public hearings, for the most part of, well, the last one we had one person in attendance. I would hate to think that we might have that meeting here on a Thursday night and pay $2,000 for it. So I have to, in some respect, I think that we need to pay an amount for here, but at the end of the day, we do own this facility, and the taxpayers paid for it to be built, for it to be used, to put asses in seats. Apologize for my language. And then we're charging ourselves $2,000 to be here. Welcome. For me, there's just something wrong with that. There's got to be a rate that's more appropriate, as opposed to the $100,000 a year that we pay for us to have our meetings for the city that paid for this. There's just something that I find challenging with that. An amount, sure. I think the amount is excessive. We own it. Thank you.
Councillor Yoakum.
Thank you. I just wanted committee to whole. Committee to whole, I believe we're making changes. And when you think about committee to whole, I think Councillor Kip touched on this numerous years ago. It's a committee. So, and most committees should come back to council for a recommendation. That's not what should be the sound base. I know it's been that way for probably eons. I get it. I'm not here to debate that or say it hasn't. But if it's a true committee, then it has to come back to council. So if we say that SARC, whatever decisions were made at SARC would come back to this table. I think those changes are coming. I don't think this is the conversation for that, but this is time for that. But so that's why I'm comfortable with committees would be at SARC, for the simple fact is the report we were given tonight, it's quite ideally, would I rather be here? Absolutely. This is beautiful. This is great. But this right here says it for me, along with we just invested near $60,000 to have meetings in that place. So if we can accommodate people that are having some disadvantage in that, I think there's modern technology where we can too. So I want to state that fact. I don't want to minimize concerns from the public. And if it was overwhelming, then that's right. Well, I think I'm making it clear. I think we should remain at SARC for the simple fact these costs here: $2,100, $2,189.06 for a meeting to $338. Just saying. Thanks.
Councillor Brennan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I had an email from a constituent, I guess, and what he said was he does favor this building, and he said the quality of council and Cal video records available to all citizens from the BICC is higher and more complete than that available from the SARC boardroom, and in addition is available for the entire evening. And then he closes by saying, last but not least, the VIC serves 8 times as many citizens as does the SARC boardroom. The possibility of personal attendance at meetings involving all citizens is important to the maintenance of perspective between the governed and those governing. An attitude of privacy or intimacy has no place in routine governance, particularly where there are at least 2 alternative venues where council can practice privacy and or close quarters. I think those are important points. I think they're the points that I would make. I'd also caution us in these sort of exercises of democracy and whether we're going to curtail it or shorten the amount of decision-making and discussion that people who pay us and pay for these things, we don't want to shorten it. We don't want to be caught in the situation where we understand the cost of everything, but the value of nothing. This is a very valuable exercise that we go through for our citizens. I don't want to see it curtailed. I think it's worth the money. I think citizens are worth the money. And to invite people to come to meetings that are sometimes 4 hours long and ask them to sit on the chairs that we have in a room that's just entirely was never meant to accommodate a meeting of that kind. Finally, when we do committee of the whole meetings, everything doesn't have to go back to council for ratification. We can make decisions there, and that I think makes a difference. But when we're talking about the Finance and Audit Committee, it is a committee of the whole, but it isn't the committee of the whole. And the decisions that are made there and the discussions that are had there are discussions about how we're going to spend taxpayers' dollars. And that's important that people can see that from the beginning, because probably the most important document that we put together in any year is the document that maps out what we're going to spend our money on. So to have that in cramped quarters that accommodates only 25 people, I think is a mistake. So I actually don't think it's a good venue for any meetings, and I with respect, don't think it's a good place for public hearings either. Sometimes those are exceptionally well attended. Sometimes mostly they're very important to people who come and want to talk to us about it. So I think that, we pay money to be here, but if we don't pay money to be here now, little Baba Ramdas there, but then we pay at the end of the year when we subsidize anyway. So I don't know why we think it's a bargain to pay $2,500 at the end of the year when we're supplementing the income of this building. What's the difference?
Thank you. Ms. Gurry, did you wish to interject with something?
Thank you, Your Worship. I was just going to comment to what Councillor Yoakum was speaking about, Committee of the Wholes, and I've had the discussion before, and about the procedure bylaw and returning a Committee of the Whole back to its intended purpose, which is more of a working group and roundtable where you roll up your sleeves and get down to work, and then you move those recommendations to a council meeting. So a number of other municipalities and local governments do it that way, where the discussion and the debate and the work is done at a committee of a whole meeting, and then the decision-making is done at a council meeting. And they're usually in a less formal, more casual setting than a council meeting. So that is what the new procedure bylaw that I've drafted does propose, but it's ultimately up to council what it adopts.
Thank you. Ms. Samra.
Yeah, I was going to actually ask our city clerk, since council's tasked her with doing the rewrite of the procedure bylaw, and was curious as to what your perspective was, and when you're at the LGMA and the different conferences, about the dynamics, because I know that this is a difficult decision for you guys to make, because this is a great venue and it does accommodate a lot of people, and everybody gets to see the face of you when you speak. But there's also something to be said from a staff perspective and our ability to brief you and engage with you at the Committee of the Whole and at the Finance and Audit Committee, that setting does create a different dynamic. And we've noticed it. I didn't know if the motion included also moving the Finance and Audit Committee meeting to here. It is, I agree, that it's one of the most important committees that we have, that you have, and the budget is a very important part of it. Surprisingly, though, it's not always attended by all of council, so I think maybe the SARC is okay for that, given that it's not always a full quorum that we get to the Finance and Audit Committee over the past year, despite changing the dates of it to sort of accommodate schedules. But that's not relevant to this, so I apologize for noting that.
Thank you. So, first-time speakers, Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I find this a difficult one, and I found it difficult when we made the decision a year ago. I did support moving Committee of the Whole meetings to the SARC building on the understanding that it was sort of a trial basis, and it was also on the understanding of what Ms. Gurry just described a minute ago, that it was going to operate as a committee, a working committee, as other committees do. And I think SARC is a very appropriate venue, in my opinion, for those working committees. I have to say that because we're not there yet, I don't think it has been a very effective venue for some of the Committee of the Whole meetings we've had where the public has wanted to attend. The sound has not been ideal. The viewing lines are not good. And, well, we've heard the arguments tonight. So maybe we will get there in terms of it being a working committee that would be more suited to that venue in future. I think for now it's not. And so I will be supporting the motion to move the COW meetings back to this venue. This is our chambers, and I think we should use it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hong, have you spoken on this?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Great. Thank you. You know, my thoughts on this is, I think when we entered this test, it's a test. There are kinks that need to be worked out. You know, I think as we evolve, we found one problem, we fixed that problem, we moved on. It's better than when it first started. Should we discount spending $57,000 right now and come back here? I don't think so. I'm not willing to waste $57,000 at this point. I'd like to figure out if we can accommodate everybody to make it work. Like I said, we're only meeting there as a COW and as a finance and audit. I don't ever remember having a full house in a finance audit. Maybe it's a time, I don't know. But we're there to do business. Like exactly what we did at the RDN. We moved the cows from 7 p.m. to 3 p.m. to accommodate business. That's what we were elected to do. To have these at 4:30, I think, is still ludicrous. On a cow, I think it should be done earlier, like we've moved for the RDN. And it's because of the fact that staff are here, they're working, and we are in a working group. I get we can come here for council meetings. That presentation was amazing. I think we should do that, and it works well. There are bugs, there are kinks that could be worked out, and I'm not willing to throw that out the door until we see if we can work all the kinks out and come to the conclusion like, hey, we tried this, we put 100% effort into this, and it's just, sorry, citizens, we tried, it didn't work out. But my gut tells me right now that we haven't done that. So if we come back here, I just now have wasted $57,000. And I think that's a waste. And I think we could salvage this to make it work. So I will be voting against it because I like to keep it there for the time being, especially until we get our new bylaw or our procedures and see we deliberate on that and where we go from there. Because again, if it becomes a cow, a real cow like the then it doesn't really matter because a lot of the people will still see the recommendations like they see here with the finance and audit. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. So the next speaker is Councillor Fuller.
Just a quick clarification through you to Ms. Gurry. The actual motion is only with regards to Committee of the Whole meetings. Thank you.
Yep.
I saw the nod, so I'll take that as a yes. because nowhere in the motion does it mention finance policy or public hearings. And to Councillor Hong, those are the meetings we can use to test. And once we get worked out there, the possibility of moving back is always there. So, thank you.
Yep. So the next one is Councillor Kipp.
It's so long.
Okay.
Well, no, I will actually. I like the idea of returning to a committee of the whole, going over the information, and then a week later or 2 weeks later having that information come in front of the public again after we have time to assemble it. I find that works very well at the RDN. Even if someone's not making it to a meeting, sometimes they can catch up if the alternate's going in. Although we're going to have a heck of a time now with one alternate for our fill-in. And if 2 people are away, we're going to lose votes. So I think that structure needs to change. But so for me, yeah, I like a less formal committee of the whole. And I like the idea. At first, I was wondering about moving the committee at the RDN to 3 o'clock, but it seemingly works. And the business that can make it there makes it there, and we then move it to the council meeting. Cost and economics of it. I have a problem when we do all of our sort of movement of money. Even when we sort of give out grants, we take some of that back for rental, and then we show that as revenue. And that's a method we've created, and a lot of it came from this building. We had to try and show revenue. We had to generate revenue from this building. We had to try to make it look good and look better. So we've been spending a lot of money keeping this thing going. And we have a new management structure in place now, but the costs are, like I say, and sometimes sitting here, the food doesn't even get used. It disappears on us. It's poorly planned. I know Councillor Bestwick and I have made motions before. I'll bring a bag lunch and eat. I'll eat the food that's there, but if we don't need to have that much food, it's always more than we need. It needs to be, I guess, project managed. It needs to be timed. It needs to be all the stuff we heard about today in our report. And so for me, going back to the SARC building, it was poorly designed, sure. No one who designed that building guessed. What we should do is move up to the 3rd floor that's empty and get a big meeting room up there, and we'd have to move people through the building. So I think the building was poorly laid out. It was not thought of, the SARC building, for the public. It was a staff design building. And like I say, so from my perspective, I'm quite happy to go back there and sit in a lesser thing. But I mean, I know it's hard to hear for people and that, but if we move to a system that puts the agendas, so if we had a cow and we get the reports, no one should be complaining that when it comes before council that they haven't seen it and those type of things. So for me, I don't know, I don't want to spend the extra money coming here. This place doesn't impress me much. It sounds like a country and western song. Thank you.
Thank you. So next speaker is Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. Just a couple of quickies. I couldn't agree more with Councillor Brennan that we do subsidize this facility at the end of the year, and but it's not a logic to me that I can accept, and then maybe we should charge ourselves $5,000 a meeting here and reduce our subsidy at the end of the year. It's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. And if we just invested 60 grand in audiovisual and the ability to push out that information on our video systems, then there should be no reason for that information to be any lesser when it goes out on our website or otherwise. So I'm quite comfortable that we remain where we are at the SARC for those meetings, and I certainly couldn't agree more that the meetings that we have there that are designed to do business, that we used to be the FP cows, as we referred to them as, are the most important things that we do as a council. And I would hope that along with our Finance and Audit Committee meetings that deals with our annual operating financial plan, that everybody would have at least a 90% attendance at those meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one is Councillor Yoakum.
Oh, no, I turned it off.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Brennan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to say that the place where we actually throw around the ideas and the possibilities and come to some sort of agreement and vote, that's the very place the public should be. That's common sense, that's rational thinking that the public wants to see. They don't want to come to a sort of board meeting at the end of the month where motions are clicked off like that because the decisions have already been made. They want to see how the decision was made, who made the decision, what were the implications of it, what did they consider, and finally come to an agreement. That's what people want to see. I get that it's the business of the council. Of course, that's the business of the council. But the business of the citizens is to watch how that works and make sure it's working the way they want to. So that's why I'm saying we need to accommodate everybody who wants to be there.
Thank you. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. Just trying to wrap my head around what Councillor Brennan just said. Because it is recorded, and if it's going to go the way that we said it was going to go, like a real cow, our discussions will be filmed, people will see it, it's going to show up on the agenda for the actual meeting, and if they really cared, they can watch that video and see how we voted, so then they can question us with a week's notice. So when we do make the decision at this board table here, they've had time to digest that information, and we've had time to hear the delegations and our citizens. I think that's the way it should work. Because the people do have time. We are recording it. We are showing it. They can watch it. Now they have time, another week, to call us, email us, hunt us down, whatever they're going to do to find us, to have their issues heard. Because, again, I like to emphasize that I would like to see our cow be a cow again, like what we do at the RDN. And that's why I support staying there, just so we can record it, so people can see it, hear it, and then when we get to here. And you know what? If we make that decision and we're going to say that, no, we're just going to leave the cows the way they are right now, we're going to make decisions, we're going to pass everything, then let's talk about coming back here. I might consider that. But until we hear from Ms. Gurry and what the plan is going to be, I'm happy to stay there. We can change it to move back here later. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I just wanted to say as we close this debate that some of us were here on council when we had conversations about what to do about the SARC boardroom and how to fit it out. We were given an estimate of, if I recall, it was somewhere between $85,000 and $95,000 to put in audiovisual equipment that was comparable to this, to what we have here. Certainly with not the same control panel that they have up there, but certainly comparable to this is what we were told. Council of the Day chose to not do that, however, spend $28,000 as an alternate to pre-wire. So if you look carefully in that building, you'll find that in that room, it's been completely pre-wired. There are cutouts in the walls that have been subsequently covered over with drywall where cameras were supposed to be placed. I'm not the least bit happy with the product that comes out of there now. While our IT fellows have done a great job in working with the resources available to them, and they've responded every single time. I remember when we first went in that room, you couldn't even plug your laptop in because it wasn't pre-wired, and it is now, and they've done a great job. However, the product at the end of the day is not nearly as good as what we experience here. The audio is very poor. The camera angles are bad. It's a very crowded room, and there's no live streaming. While I'm away or when a council member is away, you can't even attend, or you can't even watch a cow meeting live. You used to be able to when you were here. So I would, I am very much in favor of making the move back down here. The other meetings, finance audit, every one of the other meetings, I think they should be, as Councillor Fuller says, they should be recorded. Every single meeting. And we've got the facility in place to do that up there. We've got the equipment in place. And I don't think it goes, it wasn't a waste of money at all, because our community expects us to do that. I think the next big step for us with respect to these meetings is closed captioning. We have to make these meetings more accessible to a broader part of the community. So that's where I'd like to see us go. In any case, Ms. Gurry.
Just a quick comment on the closed captioning. I just had a recent meeting with our IT department, and there is a capability right now, even if we put our videos up onto YouTube, where there is a closed captioning option. So they are looking into that.
Is that live?
It wouldn't be live. It would be the video afterwards.
Right.
So, yeah.
But it's my understanding there's technology available to do it live on a delayed basis.
That's beyond my knowledge.
Okay. Thank you. There's a motion on the floor, and it has been seconded. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Show Councillors Yoakum, Hong, and Kip opposed. Motion carries. Good discussion. Next item, development permit number DP 1069 at 241 Fern Tree Place, and it's to be introduced by Mr. Dale Lindsay, Director of Community Development. Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Your Worship. As you mentioned, this is a development permit. It's actually a watercourse development permit that includes variances for both setback from Long Lake and for the front yard setback. This application may look familiar in that Council considered a very similar application at your meeting in October for another one of the vacant properties along Long Lake.
Thank you very much. Someone prepared to move the recommendation?
I would so move.
Moved by Councillor Bestwick, seconded by Councillor Brennan. Discussion. Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one, development variance permit number DVP 328 at 24 Pirates Place, to be introduced by Mr. Dale Lindsay. Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Your Worship. The development variance permit for the subject property is in order to increase the height of a proposed single-family dwelling vary the maximum height from 7 meters to 8.33 meters.
Thank you very much. It's requested that Council hear anyone wishing to speak with respect to DVP 328 at 24 Pirates Place. For the second time, anyone wishing to speak to the DVP 328 at 24 Pirates Place? And for the third and final time. Seeing none, is there someone prepared to move the recommendation? Moved by Councillor Hong, seconded by Councillor Bestwick. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. The next one is the development variance permit number DVP 329 at 350 Albert Street and 434 and 450 Wesley Street, to be introduced by Mr. Lindsay. Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a collection of properties which are better probably described as the office building and the associated parking, which is on the corner of Dunsmuir and Albert Street. The applicant's proposing to install a chain link fence along a portion of the property line and requires a variance from 1.2 meters to 1.8 meters to allow for construction in those portions that our bylaw considers to be the front yard setback. Staff support the application.
Thank you very much.
I got a question.
Just one moment before we get there. It's requested that Council hear anyone wishing to speak with respect to DVP 329 at 350 Albert Street and 434 and 450 Wesley Street.
Don't you have a delegation?
Yep. For the second time, anyone wishing to speak to DVP 329 at 350 Albert Street and 434 and 450 Wesley Street? Ms. Gurry, can you help me? We had a late delegation requested to speak. Is it to this item?
No, Your Worship. It was Mr. Murchie, and yeah, he's going to be at the end of other business. There was a delegation for this, Morgan Nichols.
Yes.
But he had to leave.
Oh, I'm sorry?
He's left for the evening.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right, and for the third and final time, anyone wishing to speak to DVP 329? Seeing none, is there someone prepared to move the recommendation? Moved by Councillor Brennan, seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Discussion. Councillor Fuller.
I see the posts are already in and they're just waiting for our decision. I used to build chain link fences, so they've put the posts in that would accommodate a 6-foot high fence, but it's just a matter of cutting them down if we don't approve it. So they're ahead of the game on this one.
Thank you. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. Through you to staff, just a question with regards to the delegation I asked earlier. He was talking about 4 feet to 6 feet. Is that wrong? So our bylaw only states we're allowed to have a 4-foot fence?
Through your worship to Councillor Hong, the bylaw has varying fence heights depending on if it's a side yard, a rear yard, or a front yard. So if the property is considered to be the front yard, the lower height is what's allowed. In this case, as you can see by the image here, there's actually multiple properties that comprise this overall site. And those properties technically have their front yards on Wesley Street, for example. So it's on those areas that they're looking to increase the front yard setback, the front yard fence height to the higher height limit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yoakum.
Thank you. Just reading the report that we just got handed to us, and pardon my ignorance on some of my lack of knowledge on the older shelters that previous councils approved and done a great job with over the years. Shelter here says, Wesley Street Shelter opened in 2013, which is great. So I'm going to fast forward. I'm assuming, I shouldn't assume, but this fence, the request for this fence I read in the report is damage to vehicles and sort of some nuisance type property type activity. Correct me if I'm wrong. So this fence is needed, obviously, and I'm glad we're going to support the applicant. But nevertheless, we got to, so to roll up our sleeves earlier, roll up our sleeves and have the real subject conversation. And I know tonight's not the night, and this isn't the moment, but I just want to state that is this activity increased because there's been 36 residents there? Or is it increased since the safe site has been placed there? Which the obvious answer would be yes. And I'm just assuming. So I look forward to a conversation. We got to get that, in my view, that mobile safe site thing moving around or something. And some will disagree and this and that. So, anyways, I'll quit rambling. We got to have a longer conversation, set alone some real time to deal with this real subject, because just down the road, the citizens that work and live in the Victoria Crescent area having the same concern. So this is a movement that we got to have real conversation. This isn't about shame or blaming nobody. It's just a conversation we got to have and come look at some best practices around what's happening around the globe, the country, and deal with this, because we can't have fortress of fences going around the city of Nanaimo until we have this real conversation. Otherwise, there'll be 10-foot fences everywhere. So, and I'm trying to make light of the subject, but I look forward to having the hard conversations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Yoakum. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. The next one is Development Variance Permit number DVP 331 at 1629 Fuller Street, to be introduced by Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Your Worship. This development variance permit for the subject property is in order to allow for a heat pump siting to be moved from the rear yard to the side yard of the home that's currently under construction.
Thank you. Is there anyone prepared? Oh, pardon me. It's requested that Council hear anyone wishing to speak with respect to DVP 331 at 1629 Fuller Street. Certainly. Certainly.
Thank you.
We need your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Terry Javotkov. My address is 106 June Avenue, directly across the street.
Thank you.
and I've received the notice to come to council to address my concerns. So I guess the first question for me is why the reason for a variance on a brand new home design build when it clearly states right in the bylaw, heat pumps and AC units must be located to the rear of the home, and why this is going to go right outside of our bedroom window.
I think it's on the opposite side. Is that your house in the picture, in the lower picture there?
No, it's right on the front of their house. So we're right adjacent to where the heat pump will go. That's where our bedroom window is. And through all the activity, we can clearly hear everything that goes on from the construction phase. So it will impact. There's our house. The first one on the corner.
The first one on the corner. Across the street?
Across the street, yes. On June and Fuller, the cross section.
Okay.
106?
106, yes.
Okay. Does staff have an answer to that question? Oh, I do believe it's in the report. Have you read the report, sir?
No, I have not.
Okay.
Your worship, the applicants have included a rationale which staff have attempted to paraphrase in the report, but basically it has to do with impacts on the use behind the property and the efficiency of the system that would be constructed.
Thank you. Thank you.
So during the initial design phase, this was approved to put on the side of the house, correct?
No, it would not have been approved. That's why they're here now.
So that's my question, is why would we approve something when it's a brand new build and it should have been in the plans from day one and it wasn't approved? Then why would we approve it now at this point? As it's been in since 2010, this bylaw. It's not a new bylaw by any means.
Mm-hmm. So it may very well have been, and I can only speculate, may very well have been that there was not an intention to put a heat pump in that house.
It was an intent from my understanding from the very beginning,
Right.
from knowing the people that are building the home.
Well, we don't know that.
From me speaking to them, that's what I've heard.
But we're just hearing this now.
Yep, so that's fine. But I'm just saying, so to approve it is then going against this, we can build anything at any point, put it all up, and then go for build first and ask for forgiveness later, which is exactly what the city's trying to get out of doing, from what I understand from what's been going on this evening. So having them allow this is, again, back to the drawing board of, well, let's build it and we'll figure it out later how we're going to fix the issues, which is not the way to run a city.
Thank you. Councillor Fuller? Don't go away. You wish to respond to the
No, not
delegation?
to,
Okay.
not to the delegation, more to staff.
Thank you. Councillor Fuller.
Through you to staff. Is the bylaw that the heat pump go at the back of a building? Is that how the bylaw stands?
That is correct, Your Worship. It generally says to the rear of the principal dwelling.
Okay, I was just getting confused because I look at the layout of the house, and the side that the heat pump is going to go on is quite far back from Fuller Street. I know they can be annoying. I've got one outside of my house. It's right at my window. But it seems like that's quite a distance. The distance for that would be like the building across Needham Street from me complaining about my heat pump, which is actually on the side of the house too. And I don't believe I've ever heard it on the other side of that street. So, yeah. So if it was at the front of the house, then I could definitely see the possibilities because that would be far closer to the road. So I don't know how it's going to work. I just can't wrap my head around how that's going to be that annoying. Yeah.
So with the construction going on, as you can see, it's a wide open space with trees, which creates nothing but an echoing and a sound. So we hear every little conversation, every tool being moved, every door opening, everything closing. We hear at all times of the day, from first thing in the morning till the evening. And that's why my concern is, as I already know, that it will be a nuisance, as we will hear it all. As we know, it hasn't said anywhere where the decibels are going to be for this heat pump, but they range from the sound of a lawnmower to the sound of a conversation. And there is things that can be done, a muffler system and things like that could be done for provisions. And I guess if council was to approve, I would strongly recommend that all aspects be taken into account to eliminate any noise that may come over.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Armstrong.
Just a question to staff through you, Chair. Is it possible to have that put in that there is a muffling system or something that could prevent some of the carryover to the resident?
Mr. Lindsay.
Your Worship, I think that would be challenging because I think you'd have to establish some sort of building bylaw that had a standard for decibels, for example, and then some way to measure and monitor that. I believe administration would be difficult.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
I'm still struggling to see where he lives. Okay, so he actually does live right across the street. So it does seem a long ways. And what's the reason why they can't put it in the back, or they don't want to? Because it would cost them extra? Is that it? Is it their cost that's driving this? The home builder's cost?
Yeah, Your Worship, to Councillor Brennan, what they've indicated to staff is that it would impact the efficiency of the system by locating it in the rear yard further away, probably from the primary air handling unit that's in the house.
The second question then is, did you say that the house was originally designed not to use a heat pump? And this is an afterthought?
Whether they had always intended to put a heat pump in or not, what I would say is we would not have issued a building permit that showed a heat pump in that location. So they would have probably indicated some other form of heating for the home at the time of permit issuance. Subsequently have come back now to cite the permit after the cite the unit after the fact, and we're in this position of requiring a variance to put it in their preferred location.
Finished, Councillor? Okay, thank you. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. I will support the variance on a number of reasons. I know that the resident has complained about it, but being in that corner, I think it makes the most logical sense. And heat pumps are sized for the house, because no idiot's going to buy a heat pump that's too big because it costs you more money. So the bigger it is, the louder they're going to be. It's just the way it is, unless you're going to buy a really expensive one, which whisper. So I can't see anybody doing that. And it's efficiency, because you actually have to run pipe for air conditioning, heating to work. It's cold and hot, cold and hot. It's like a refrigeration. So you're going to go through a lot of pipes. 12 meters of pipe is a lot of extra pipe when only from where the location of where it seems like it's going to be, their furnace is probably just on the other side of that wall. So they're only going to probably go about 5 feet to get to the furnace for efficiency. I think, honestly, our rules for not having heat pumps on the side of our house are stupid, because they're not efficient in the backyard unless your heat pump is in the back or your furnace is the back of the house. The most efficiency of a heat pump is going to be the shortest distance traveled. So I think we really need to look at that one. Even on here, the summary points that, there will be a fence that is going to screen the heat pump from view. So that's going to mitigate some of the sound as well. So that, for those reasons, I will support it.
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Now you've done it, Councillor Hong. The phone lines are lighting up. Councillor Fuller.
In reading the report on the agenda, I'm actually not going to support this, and I'm not going to support it for this very sentence. On page 115, last paragraph before proposed variances. Additionally, as this house was constructed with the necessary heat pump piping on the east side of the building, the applicant's heat pump installer has advised that significant alterations to the house design and engineering would be required. House was constructed. When you do the initial design of a house, you're going to look at where the location of things are, and you're going to design the house initially with the heat pump in the back. You could offer up an alternate design, which would have it at the side, but you don't build it first with everything set up for the side without asking for a variance first. So this is like, well, I built my house, now I want the variance. And for me, the variance should have been asked for before any construction of the house was done.
Thank you. Councillor Kipp.
Thank you. I always have a concern with heat pump location is the sound, typically next to bedrooms, between the two adjoining side yards, interior lot lines with people. And that's one of the biggest complaints. And as Councillor Hong says, the size of the unit is a big indicator. I guess there's two concerns with me on this one. This is in an area of wildlife. It's right next to a riparian protected area. It's right on the edge of the Buttertubs Marsh. The sound in itself with heat pumps is probably annoying to all the birds and the animals in that area. Putting it at the back probably does more damage to some of the animals and stuff. And I'm a bit disappointed that it does say on page 115 that the guy basically did this, and this application has been in since March. It's been hanging around since March because I think, why is it taking so long to deal with this? The guy should have, before he poured his concrete and his piping, he says it's going to take 12 meters more pipe, 60 feet to get to the back of the house. That's crap. It's only, the whole house isn't even 60 feet long. So if you put it at the back or in the back corner. Now with the fencing, sound rises up. He's only allowed a 1.8 meter fence, 1.4 meter fence in the front yard. And the sound travels up and it would head up June Street on that. So I'm having trouble supporting this one, but I don't know what the guy's going to do if he has to tear up all of his heat pump. And he says 12 meters of line. Seems a lot to move the heat pump back to the back of the house. So I'm not certain the report is giving me the information I need. I don't know what to do with the guy. I have to still think about it. I'm still trying to figure out my mind on this one because, it's just the location, the area. I didn't even think that lot was supposed to be built on, actually, when we did the riparian setbacks for the other one. The lot next to it, we put the condo units in, and all of a sudden this is back. And they've encroached into that area again. And it's a floodplain. So his heat pump's probably safer for him on the side of a house before it floods at the back. But I'm concerned that they went ahead and did this before the planning. Not many people plan their house around a heat pump, though. The heat location system is intricate to the design, but it is also, there's rules and regulations. And I say I'm having real trouble going with this one.
Thank you. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. I'm just really, it must be late, but I'm really having a challenge trying to process the information that paragraph 3 indicates the proposed heat pump location meets the intent of the zoning bylaw. Oh, we're having quite a debate that whether it does or it doesn't. It states that the heat pump is permitted to be as close as 4.5 meters to the neighboring property to the west. Then it states that the proposed location is approximately 13 meters from the west property line and on the opposite side of the house, 60 meters from the east side of the property line. And our complaint is coming from across the street, which is 12 meters to the road or sidewalk and another 26 feet or 8 meters or whatever that is, and then another however many more meters to the person across the street's house. So we're probably, 60 feet, 70 feet, 80 feet away. And the intent of the bylaw is you could be 4.5 meters away from a fence line. If there is a fence. There might not even be a fence, just a property line. So I'm really struggling with the proposed heat pump location meets the intent of the zoning bylaw and whether or not it was actually put on the proper side of the house in the first place or not. Whatever the proper side is. So I'm really struggling with trying to make heads or tails of the report as it's provided. So it really makes it very challenging for me to approve the rezoning, or sorry, the variance. And yeah, it's going to be an additional expense Yes, it is. Measure twice, cut once.
Thank you. Next speaker is Councillor Thorpe for the first time.
Thank you, Chair. We've had other requests in past for variances about siting of heat pumps, and I think I have always supported them based on each individual application, but I am struggling with this one, and especially due to the notion that the house was constructed with the thought of having a heat pump in this location, which would not have been approved in the first place. So, as I think was stated earlier, it's a case of build and then ask for the variance afterwards, and I really have a problem with that. I don't know that sound across the street. I remain skeptical that's going to be that huge of a problem, but just in principle, I don't think I can support this variance.
Thank you. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. I think we've approved other ones that had specifically furnaces, and they put it at the side of the house for that reason. I think most houses have furnaces closer to the wall because they have the exhaust out, and that's always the best way. It's always pre-wired. Most houses that have electric furnaces, or gas-fired furnaces, can have a heat pump. The most ideal location for a furnace is in the middle of the house, less piping. It's just how efficient they are. That's the way that you get to it. Whether you can't really put it at the back of the house in hopes that it's going to run all the way to the front. If we look at all these house plans, I'm sure that we're going to see that 80% of them are pre-wired. So they could just not put a heat pump in, build the house, and then come to us and saying, hey, this was built here. Most builders, I think, do that on purpose. So unless we're going to change that rule, I'm sorry. This is nothing that we haven't approved before, and my good conscience, I cannot not approve it, because I know when we did on the addition of a house, that was purposely done, that they had to come because that was the only place. They could put it in the backyard. Everybody could put it in the backyard. But it just doesn't make any sense. So, and like I said, with the efficiencies and the sounds of these new heat pumps, we're not putting something that was first out. These are efficient, and I don't think I've yet to not pass a heat pump, and I can't see me not approving this one because it was just not fair to these people because I've approved all the other ones previous to. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yocum.
Yeah, thank you. Just quickly, like Councillor Thorpe, I view these as case by case. And in this case here, I start thinking, well, and the gentleman's comments definitely hit home to me. Not experienced that, but I can just imagine the sound. But the simple fact is, now also, which the size of the city lots today are quite, in my view, small. And what's really alarming is the flood. It's getting late. I don't even know what I was going to say for a minute. But anyways, the floodplain area, it's a totally separate conversation, but we really got to have a floodplain conversation because we're all getting the same emails of the last couple of days on another project with floodplain possibly. So if we're approving things in floodplains and then we've got policy that says we're going to approve a home here in this floodplain, but it might flood in the backyard, so you won't be able to put a heat pump back there. Well, anyways, we've got some work to do. And this isn't criticism of nobody. Just some work we've got to do. So I won't be able to support this as well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Gurry. Just refresh my memory. I've made 2 calls for speakers. Am I correct? Thank you. Thank you. For the 3rd time, is there anyone wishing to speak to this DVP? Ma'am, please.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I maybe can't speak to the technical pieces as well as my husband can.
Ma'am, I need your name and address for
Certainly.
the record, please.
My name is Carissa Brown. Proposed address, 1629 Fuller Street. Currently living at 935 Casbah Circle in Parksville.
Okay, thank you.
Very good, thank you. I know you've all had a chance to review the report, and I think my husband was quite thorough in his findings. So I just have a couple of pieces that I'd like to address with our future neighbors to their benefit that I think might answer some of their questions. I just noted a couple of things here. I actually work in the plumbing and heating industry. My father-in-law is our heating installer, so definitely we have an expert on our side, and we've weighed out our decision. There's a lot of research that's gone into it, and I can tell you that the unit that we're installing is a Gree Mini split heat pump, which is advertised as Whisper Quiet. We can say that the heat pump is approximately 55 decibels in noise level. Human conversation is 65. We're about 30 meters away from our new neighbors. So just so you know that, we do have that information. Really, I want to mention as well, the bylaw, it was our interpretation. We are owner builders. We worked with the designer on our home. The bylaw, to our understanding, to the rear of the home, not at the rear, not on the rear, not at the back. The heat pump is within the back half of the home. So that was our interpretation of the bylaw when working with our designer. We're not sure why we should be penalized for a not clearly defined bylaw. That's my concern. And, you know, we've spoken with our new neighbors tonight already, and we invite them to address us directly with any future concerns. We're always happy to chat. Our heating installer is on site 7 days a week, evenings and weekends, so he's happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for your time.
So don't go away. Are there any questions for the delegation? Councillor Kep.
Thank you. Can I have the design of the house or one of the plans, the site plan up on here? Keep going. I noticed from the design of the house that the front has 2 garages.
Right.
And that garage goes back almost to if you even look on that one there or the next one back. Halfway back on that house plan is the garage. So would it not be more efficient to have that heat pump in the center at the back of the house to facilitate the heat in the house?
It's actually right off our pantry, which is where our boiler room and all of our utilities
so the boiler room's in that corner of the house,
yes.
by the garage?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, that makes it easy for me.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Brennan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Lindsay. Does the wording of the bylaw say that it has to be situated to the back?
Through your worship to Councillor Brennan, it says to the rear of the building. So in its intention and staff's interpretation has always been, has to be behind the house and has to be 4.5 meters away from the closest property line.
I have to say that I think I might come to that same conclusion as the home builders did, that to the rear means just that, not as specific as in the rear. So kind of makes sense to me, and so that was my question for Mr. Lindsay. Thank you. Thank you.
So, one more time, for the third and final time, anyone wishing to speak to DVP 331? Seeing none, is there someone prepared to move the motion? Councillor Hong, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Any further discussion? Councillor Brennan?
No,
You're on the list.
Oh.
Thank you. Councillor Fuller.
Having once fought the interpretation of a dash in a parking sign and one based on whether it was through or to, if the bylaw states it the way it says it has been stated, then I'm going to actually have to support this variance because the bylaw is not clear and it needs to be clear. And if you can change all of the signs based on a dash in the downtown area, now we've got parking meters, so it's immaterial. Surely we can work on that bylaw as well and clarify at the rear of the house as opposed to, say, to the rear.
Thank you. Call a question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Show Councillor Yoakum opposed. Motion carries. Next item, rezoning application number RA 383 at 285 Rose Hill Street, to be introduced by Mr. Lindsay.
Move the recommendations for speed of time.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Kipp and seconded by Councillor Hong. Wait a minute. We're getting into first reading, so we have to take them seriatim. All right.
Should I read it or not?
Well, it should be Councillor Brennan as the acting member. Councillor Brennan.
I move that zoning amendment bylaw 2017 number 4500.116 RA 383 to rezone 285 Rose Hill Street from medium density residential R8 to mixed use corridor COR2, pass first reading.
Moved by Councillor Brennan, seconded by Councillor Hong. Any discussion? Councillor Bestwick.
Question to Mr. Lindsay, not here to presuppose that this project will not proceed once it receives its rezoning, but we have been in positions before where we have rezoned properties and the projects themselves don't take place. So is there any covenants that can be placed to ensure that within a certain period of time, reasonable and fair, that should the projects that are placed before us don't proceed, for whatever the reasons might be, the economic climate, the change of plans, who knows, and properties go up for sale?
Sorry, Your Worship, to Councillor Bestwick, are you asking should there be a sunset clause in the rezoning that if it doesn't build in a certain period of time, it reverts back to the existing zoning, or that the covenant?
Yes.
Sorry. I would say I'm not aware of any kind of mechanism that could do that. It would be more common that we'd have covenants in place, for example, that would generally secure the type of development on the property, but not generally the time frame.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kipp.
Thank you. This is a specific bill for mental health. They actually own the property currently, and there's a fourplex on the property they've used for housing, and this is an increase to their assets, and they're putting in this facility, and they're planning to build it. It's going to a 19-bed personal care facility that'll have staffing and things like that. So they're going to build this one. I believe I went through the community planning process with this one when I was the chair of that committee, and I support it wholeheartedly, and I believe they're going to move as quick as they can. They have some provincial funding with it too.
Thank you. Councillor Fuller.
Yeah, I'd like to reiterate that this is the Vancouver Island Mental Health Society that will be building this. It is affordable housing, which is something we're all talking about most of the time. And this is an organization that was wise in that in looking towards programming and the future, it actually purchased assets that it can leverage. So to me, this is a well thought out plan. There is some BC funding to it, and I'll support it wholeheartedly.
Thank you. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. I just wanted to, I 100% thank Councillor Kipp and Fuller for providing that bit of information. And I'm also delighted inside the report that there's no community contribution given the fact of the purpose for the build. So I just, so sunset clause and all those things. But that said, I'm 100% support of this. I just, from some previous rezonings I've had some issues with. So not this one, just asking the question. Thanks very much.
Councillor Brennan.
I'm really happy to support this. I think that the Vancouver Island Mental Health Society has a vision here, and they have the capacity to build it. Macola is an excellent partner for this. And actually, on the question of the rezoning and what would happen if it didn't go ahead? I think the answer is in the neighborhood plan, and it designates that property as mixed-use corridor. So if this one didn't go forward, the rezoning would be consistent with the official community plan, with the Brechin neighborhood plan, Newcastle and Brechin neighborhood plan. So I don't think we would run into the same kind of problem that we see when property gets rezoned and then nothing happens on it. This is rezoned to what the neighborhood plan says it should be, so makes sense. Wouldn't have to be for mental health support services. It could in the end be strictly mixed use, commercial and service and small apartments. Just what we've been asking for, just what we see in the papers all the time. So this seems like a win for us.
Thank you.
Order, do we have to go past 11 o'clock?
We have to finish this item of business.
Do we?
Yep. All right, thank you. So it's been moved and seconded. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one is for second reading. Councillor Brennan.
That City of Nanaimo zoning bylaw 2011 number 4500. Shoot. Is that? That's not it. I've got to go back again to the beginning. That zoning amendment bylaw 2017 number 4500.116 passed second reading.
Moved by Councillor Brennan, seconded by Councillor Hong. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
And I move that council direct staff to secure the road dedication prior to the adoption of the bylaw, should council support the bylaw at third reading.
Moved by Councillor Brennan and seconded by Councillor Hong. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. It is now past the hour of 11. We would require a motion to continue past any further. Councillor Yoakum, seconded by Councillor Hong. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Show Councillor Brennan and Councillor McKay opposed. Motion carries. All right, Councillor Bestwick. Next item, motion regarding Phase 1, garbage recycling and compost bin rollout.
Thank you. I would request that council direct staff to provide the following information. 1, the tender or request for proposal process used to select the service provider to deliver Phase 1 of the garbage recycling and compost bin rollout from the City of Nanaimo storage location to individual homes. 2, the total amount paid to the successful contractor for services noted in number 1 above. And 3, the total amount paid to other organizations, nonprofit groups, or other parties for the provision of service of any kind or description in the delivery program of the Phase 1 rollout. And if I have a seconder, I will speak to it.
So it's been moved by Councillor Bestwick and seconded by Councillor Kipp. Go ahead, Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. The only piece missing is the time frame in which to provide the information, which I would suggest 48 hours from, or 2 business days, so Wednesday at 4 p.m.
Ms. Sammer, can we complete that by Wednesday by 4 p.m.?
Your Worship, I am uncertain of whether or not I can complete that in the time frame proposed. May I ask for an extension to report at the Finance and Audit Committee? I could, if you are amenable to adding it to the agenda, I can provide an update at that point. I would like to further advise Council that I have been working with staff on a report outlining a chronology of advice provided to Council on automation over the last couple of years because a number of issues have come up in the implementation. So the fulsomeness of my response, the response that the director and staff for that area will provide on Thursday will address a full range of issues, including the 3 items that Councillor Beswick has asked information for. So I'm suggesting that deadline of Thursday for the Finance and Audit Committee.
Thank you. Councillor Fuller.
And if agreed to by Councillors Bestwick and Kipp to move to the Thursday information, would the finance meeting that it is going to be presented at be an open finance meeting, not the in-camera portion? I would like this to come out so that the public can hear what's been going on. It's important, the amount of money that's being looked at to phase this in over the next few years, that the public has a grasp of how it's being done.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to call the question. All those in favor?
Sorry, didn't he ask a question?
Does it include the Thursday amendment time? Because I indicated Wednesday. The city manager asked that it be Thursday. I have my button pressed to speak just to get clarification that Thursday means November 23rd. At our Thursday Finance Policy Committee meeting that commences at 9 a.m. Is that the Thursday we're making reference to? Or that you're asking that this information be provided by?
You're on. You're on. Oh, pardon me.
I move seats.
Your staff left one.
Yes, it'll be 3 days from now, 2 days from now, whatever that time period is. I have to also say, though, that QP 401 has raised legitimate concerns about some aspects of the implementation. So there will be a portion of the information that I provide to you, Council, that may need to, depending on what the lawyers say and where we're at, go in camera for a few moments while I give that information to Council. So for whatever we can put in open, we will. And with respect to the union issues that have been raised over the implementation, it may be necessary to recess and go in camera for a short period of time.
Is that satisfactory?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kipp? Thank you. Ms. Curry?
Thank you, Worship. I was just going to confirm that that was a friendly amendment that Thursday. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one, Ms. Armstrong has Councillor Armstrong. I might as well be calling you Sergeant. With how many times I've been getting it right. You've advised me that you're going to withdraw.
No, not this.
Pardon?
Not withdrawing this motion.
Okay, so I would suggest that this motion is appropriate in camera.
Okay, I'll withdraw it for in camera.
Thank you. Next one, K. Mr. David Murchie. Is he still with us? Mr. Murchie, before you start, I need to advise you that I found your last presentation to be extremely prickly and somewhat disrespectful to staff. I need to remind you that I would like you to ensure that your verbiage is respectful.
Thank you. No disrespect was intended.
Thank you.
So,
now I need your address for the record, please.
David Murchie, 2700 102nd Street.
Thank you.
So my presentation is on Loudon Walkway Park and Bylaw 7246, which has had third reading. My presentation is to ask councillors and council to reconsider that motion. I believe that council do not have all the information required to determine if parkland sale is in the public's interest. And I know I'm finding it confusing, but the conflicting bylaws are creating some legal confusion. The plan attached to the bylaw didn't show the trail, which made it hard to actually assess what the impact was. The area sold is going to be very close to the trail, and which I believe is going to have significant detrimental impact. The attached map is from, I'm not sure if the city staff did this or the appraiser did it, but I enlarged it so you can see that the trail actually goes into what is being proposed to be sold to the homeowners. I'm assuming that that's a mistake, but what it shows is that it's so close that there's no way that there can't be a significant impact. And again, I'm assuming that was a mistake. It may not be. The new maps and pictures show the impact of the encroachments. That same picture, but sort of scaled out a bit, it shows where the trail is. The trail is actually on fill. It's not even on natural boundary there. It shows that the possibility of restoration to put the trail back where it should have, to put it farther away from the water, is not going to be an option. Long-term park impacts were not disclosed that the public saw. The value of this land is made evident by all the docks that are there. Like the people that live along there, they've shown by their the 11-odd docks, I think, that are there now, that there's a lot of high-value recreational activities that could go along there that haven't been considered. I believe that, actually I know that council asked about what sort of density options were there. I can't remember the phrasing of the question. And when I did the math, it showed that 5 new residential dwellings are possible over time. And I give a sort of a summary there. And 3 of them are immediate, 2 of them would be over time as properties are redeveloped. Mind you, lot 3 is currently vacant, so I guess they could do that right away, but that's 5 new residential lots, and the public didn't know about that, and that'll have a significant impact on the parkway. It's a good price. I think I don't live on the water, and I think that the price is lower than what my property value is. When staff very kindly came to the community hall to discuss, one of the first questions is, well, can we buy it to protect it? And the explanation was no, because it's already a park. So it's difficult to have it so that it's being ruled out for the community to buy it because it is a park, but it's being said we can sell it because it's not a park. It gets very confusing for the public. The setbacks. The City of Nanaimo confirmed in the appraisal document I saw that there's to be no building setback from the proposed right-of-way. I mean, a previous member of the public did a presentation concerned about fences. If you can have a full-height building built much closer to the trail than was previously disclosed, that's extremely significant, and that will definitely affect the trail. And these are all on the south side. So imagine a full-height building closer to the trail, blocking out the sun. There's no way in the long term that won't have an impact. So let's keep it short. Request reconsideration. I arrest one of the councillors that voted in the affirmative to move reconsideration. I don't believe that council or the public had all the information required to make the decision that's been made, and this information is important. It's been used as a park for almost 150 years. There's no need to rush. It's in everyone's interest to have full disclosure, community input, time for staff to fully brief council, and time to update the Loudon Walkway Park plan. Thank you. Appreciate taking the time to stay this late.
Thank you. Councillor Bestwick and Armstrong, questions for the delegation?
I think, sorry, am I on?
You're on.
Sorry. Self-explanatory for me. Thank you for coming back, because this is expands the information, and I have a couple of thoughts on the setback. The City of Nanaimo confirmed there is to be no building setback from proposed right-of-way.
There's a sewer line that runs through there, so I think the document says statutory sewer right-of-way. I don't remember the exact legal term. So depending on the property, it'll make it farther or closer, but it's all currently in the parkland, the sewer, and so can't remember how many properties specifically. It's the houses will be able to be built meters significantly closer to the trail. In one particular house, it's going to be right adjacent to it if they rebuild.
So that brings me concern, being closer to the trail with occupied buildings and so on. The other thing that I find concerning for me is the amount that's been identified per square foot for the sale of the potential sale of the properties to each individual landowner. And I'm not sure if that can be changed or amended from what the appraisal that's been provided to us is at a later date, but I understand that it could be changed. But I'm concerned about the riparian area, and I'm concerned about the setback for future or potential building at some point in time on the re-established lots, if you will. Consolidated addition of property to the lots. Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Next item.
I had a question for staff.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. So you had a question to Mr. Lindsay. Third reading was road closure, correct?
That is correct. The road closure bylaw has third reading, yes.
So we haven't even gotten to land disposition yet, correct? No matter what we do, if this is going to become a park anyway, we need to close that road, correct?
Well, the intention of the road closure bylaw is to do two things. It's ultimately to identify the portions to be dedicated as park, but also the lands that would be eligible then to be disposed of. But you're correct in that is then a separate process. The actual disposition of land is a public notification process. The names of the persons buying the property and the cost that they're paying for the land gets publicly notified, yes.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, question period.
There was no decision. It was just a presentation.
Oh, but he asked for reconsideration, so I guess he didn't do it.
No. It was just road closure. It was disposition of land.
Mr. Kevin Shaw.
Good evening, Kevin.
Before you get started, sir,
yes.
Thank you very much for this. However, I don't see anywhere here a question mark.
Well, I'm going to ask the question right now, and there is a question in there. I'll put the question mark in right on the end by the period if you would like, sir.
Okay.
Okay. So, Kevin Shaw Nanaimo, President of the Victoria Crescent Association. I thank most of you for responding to our concerns of property owners, residents, and merchants. The question is, well, every human being should have the benefit of a house to live on. And we have problems downtown with illegal drug use and mental health issues. There are people that we are finding as merchants, property owners, and residents that want to live on the street. And they do have mental health issues. So I'm asking if council can bring in some sort of a notice of motion and a motion to have the City of Nanaimo meet with VIA, the Vancouver Island Health Association, the provincial government, the RCMP, and perhaps merchants or residents at a later date if you choose, where we can start to really tackle these problems that we are seeing downtown. People are getting injured. They may be minor injuries at this point, but they are injuries. So it's time to start taking care of taxpayers, residents, and property owners. We have spoken to council many times in the last couple of years, spoken to the safety committee, and we are still not seeing any solid help. We want to be there to help you. I just don't want, none of us, me, our group that was here, we don't want to force this on you or anybody, but we want to be here to help. But we're getting attacked in some instances right now as we try and help people on the streets. So we need help way beyond ourselves. We need professionals. We need people on the street. We need to know what VIHA is doing and what the City of Nanaimo is doing. So I would hope that one of you can make a motion where we can help those people on the street. And if they are doing wrong and have mental issues, then there needs to be action to help us. That is the question. Can one of you do that? And I look forward to discussion with you.
Thank you. Councillor Hong.
No, that was from before. Sorry.
From before, Councillor Brennan.
Thank you for bringing this forward. And I think that you are bang on what needs to be done. We need to have a very big round table. And we need to have representation from taxpayers, residents, Island Health, MLAs, RCMP, the MP as well. And so I would be happy to make that motion that we ask our staff to put together probably a half-day session anyway to begin, and to begin to talk to everybody down in the Victoria Crescent area and moving up Albert.
Old City Quarter Association,
Yes.
etc.
Yeah, so that whole swath of area there, to look at what are the problems, what services are there, what are the gaps in service, how do we put that together and provide service so that we respect everyone. And I have, a particular bent towards making sure that people with the mental health issues that are down there are looked after, and that their voices get heard, and we find a way that we don't just toss people out onto the street and have, them have extremely difficult times and then quite unusual behaviors. So we need to do this, and I thank you for that, the recommendation and the push. So whenever you're ready, Your Worship, for a motion, I will make it.
We're not good at doing motions on the fly. Can you
Okay,
please
then a notice of
provide a
motion,
notice of motion
sure.
for next
Yep.
meeting?
I
Yes.
had a conversation with Dr. Hasselbach. He's quite interested in sitting down with council and having a discussion. So I think we should start some circles going and get the facts out and then the solutions. When maybe in about 2003 or 4, when we were starting to talk about, probably a little later, 2005-ish, starting to talk about the issues that we were finding, the problems with people and drugs and addictions and mental health. We had a big roundtable meeting of everybody. We held it at the Coast Hotel and spent at least a half a day, maybe longer, just having discussions. We had a facilitator we worked through, and that was the beginnings of our supportive housing campaign to get the housing in place, and we were successful. So I have no reason to believe that we can't be successful in this case. We've stalled out a little bit, and we need to kickstart that and pay attention to what you're saying and get some things started.
Thank you, Councillor Brennan.
And
Any-
interim measures as well as long-term, because you need some immediate relief.
Right. Anyone else?
Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Mr. Shaw, thanks for hanging in until this hour of the evening or morning. We've spoken a number of times. I understand your frustrations, and I certainly sympathize with them, and I totally agree with Councillor Brennan's comments, and I look forward to her motion if it's coming forward in the near future and supporting that. I think we do need a big roundtable discussion with all the parties involved, and others have mentioned that as well. So certainly supportive of doing anything we can to have a conversation. I definitely think that Island Health needs to be a big player in that conversation.
Thank you, Councillor Thorpe. Okay, so in just rounding up here, I guess, then I'll hand it back to you, Chair. This is something that, sorry, Councillor Fuller?
I do have a question.
Yeah, I know, but
Well, Councillor Thorpe was allowed to ask. You were allowed to
yeah,
talk.
and you're going to.
Yeah.
But Kevin had some
I started
things to
talking,
say, too.
sorry. I jumped the gun.
Well, he's asking for me to speak.
Was he?
Yeah, didn't you hear?
I didn't catch that.
Oh, you
Okay.
got cuts. Pay attention.
Just, you know what? It's
Thanks.
late.
Yeah, I know.
Talk.
I get it. Thank you. Much appreciated, Acting Mayor. Thanks for coming up, Kevin. Thanks for coming up, Kevin. Very much appreciate you and the rest of the Victoria Crescent crew and many of the merchants downtown sticking with the downtown. Things have gotten a little bit out of hand. I shouldn't say a little bit, a lot out of hand, and in a large degree to the drugs that are out there on the street and the effect they have on people using them. When we look at a solution, we have to utilize the ideas that were come up with back in 2003, 2004. We had actually put together a homelessness harm reduction strategy that called for over 300 units of affordable housing. Out of that, less than half of those number of houses, those numbers of supportive housing were completed. The focus was on building a few standalone buildings, but not on rent subsidies. In the last few years, rent subsidies are becoming more popular as a means to get people off the street. Unfortunately, the federal government has gone to a housing first policy. But in their housing first policy, which the original housing first, I've been doing this for over 20 years, the original housing first in New York, Vancouver for a while, Toronto, was you take a person, you get them housed, and then you assess their needs once they're housed. We're doing it backwards. We're trying to assess them before we house them. And having worked with the homeless for quite a while, that's not the way to go, because getting them into that point of assessment for a 2-hour assessment is next to impossible. Once they're housed, it's relatively easy. So we have to look at some out-of-the-box thinking, which VHA is not known for. VHA is pretty much known for best practices, status quo, and if we do this, much like the affordable housing strategy, it has to be well-encompassing and a lot of good out-of-the-box thinking, and not moving us again towards a downtown east side. The problems that even Victoria is starting to shift their services from the downtown area into other areas, so they have less impact overall. And I believe that's the way we need to go. So I really look forward to this discussion. It totally astounded me when we went in front of VHA earlier this year with regards to the safe injection, and they were going to propose doing it at a building less than a block away from an elementary school. So that's some of VHA's thinking, but neither here nor there. They've got a lot of good minds, but it's allowing those minds to utilize their own ideas as opposed to the corporate or whatever ideas. So we don't want to create another downtown east side in Nanaimo. And that's the way things are going.
Now, there are excellent minds at this table, really excellent minds. It's just we have to do something. And some of the people that live on the street want to live on the street. Then it becomes, how do we deal with that? And that's a big question, I think, because we've got to protect us. I'm talking other residents, law-abiding citizens, taxpayers, businesses, to keep our storefronts with stores in them so they don't decay to a downtown east side. So I'm looking forward to a motion where everyone can get together and we can start doing something now. We've asked for years. I've been at tears at a SAFER meeting, figuring somebody's going to get really seriously hurt. We're seeing people getting hurt a little bit here and there, but it's going to come. And when it does, you're going to see me come here and really pound my fist. So I thank you all. I know we're all thinking the same. Let's please do something, and I look forward to a motion.
We're not finished. Councillor Kipp.
Do you honestly think getting together with MPs and politicians is going to get anything done? I don't. I disagree with you. Getting the MP and the MLA, they've been around for a decade.
We do have an MLA's office right on the Crescent.
Well, I know.
Current
and
NDP provincial government.
Banged his fist on the table for 15 years, and now he's in power. So now let it get him to do something. We've been monitoring this, and staff's going to put another 40 grand out of the safety committee on monitoring. This is an operational issue. This has to have the ground level operational people of VHA, their crisis response team, our bylaw office, the police officers, and the mental health workers. They need to form task force where they can go out with a group of people and deal with it. They deal with it from a health issue, from a policing issue, and from an incarceration issue if they have to. But the problem is, if you read the NRGH report or you read our report here today, government is having a heck of a time getting anything done. First off, we're distracted by the little deflections on blogging and stuff, and we're not getting the work done. And we have meetings, and meetings go on for months on end, and we recreate a system. This is ridiculous if we're going to get more politicians involved. When I went to the meeting with Gord Fuller and sat with VHA, they wanted to tell me about what VHA did when we were sitting there talking about kids dying of addiction by themselves. What's happened since then? Not a lot. They're still fighting the one place. We can't get a zoning through. We can't just push a zoning through for it. Oh, we have to go through the public process that takes forever. So if you want something done, we have to call an operational task force together and get people on the ground, and they don't go out just as a cop. They go out with a mental health worker, and we start building those teams. Because otherwise, you're just going to go talk to a bunch of people that love talking, eating cookies, and have meetings, and then bang their fist on the table when something has to get done.
That was the ACT team, Councillor Kipp, and I did talk to Victoria, to the mental health people down there, VHA HQ. They said the ACT team was still going on here. I know we formed it half a dozen years ago or something. I personally have never seen them, so I do wonder where they are, and that is something that needs to happen. They need to be downtown. They need to be on the street, not just during the daytime and a quick walkabout, evenings and all nights when we do have the people that are less fortunate that need help.
So thank you very much for coming. I'll support a motion that comes through to meet with these people, but I'd rather see actual police and VHA and the fire department and ambulance form some teams and hang around down there.
As I said, Councillor, Kipp, you're the experts, okay? And there are a lot of good minds on this council. I may not disagree with you all the time, but something needs to be done, and nothing is being done for us. Okay, so whatever you come up with in your motion, a friendly amendment, you vote it down and have another motion, whatever. Let's just please get to doing something.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan, your finger was poised.
Well, I'm just wondering, just thinking about the time frame here, and if I wait until the next meeting to make a notice of motion, then we're pretty much 3 weeks down the road before we even get a motion on the table to debate.
And then it'll be Christmas.
Yeah. So I'm going to ask how. Oh.
We can't make a motion now. Staff is gone.
Well, I still would like to make a notice motion to get the ball rolling.
Please do.
Okay, well, my notice of motion, and I guess staff would help me craft it better once they see it, but I'm making a notice of motion that to direct our staff to coordinate a facilitated session to find community-based solutions for dealing with downtown disorder, I guess I will say. Yeah, so that's it, just to find community-based solutions for that. And I guess maybe we'll do things like Councillor Kipp suggested, that we may form teams out of that or whatever. But this this kickstarts it.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. All right, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, there are no more questions, but I want to, I'm not going to bring the gentleman back down and embarrass him once again, but I want to suggest that one of the challenges we have with meetings running this long is we make mistakes, and some of them are bigger and stupider than others. I want to apologize to Mr. David Murchie. I mistook him for another speaker at the previous meeting, and that you were, as I'm told, respectful the last time. You were respectful this time, and I wish to apologize publicly to you. Very sorry. All right, is there a motion to adjourn?
No, let's hang around for a while.
Motion to adjourn. Councillor Hong, seconded by Councillor Brennan. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. We're adjourned.